A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Larry Noble has signed a picture contract with a small Hollywood producing company because he believes it was Mary's wish to get him as far away from her as possible, while she's in a New York hospital recuperating from the acid burns inflicted by the enraged Claudia Vincent. Since Larry feels deeply guilty about his mistaken loyalty to Claudia some months back, he feels that Mary's attitude is justified, even though he's desperately hurt. What he doesn't know is that Mary maneuvered this motion picture offer through the close family friend Tom Bryson, who is also in Hollywood, because she thought it would make it easier for Larry to bear the weight until she's able to leave the hospital. Right now we find the handsome actor on a set on the Marco and Franklin lot. He has just finished a scene and is leaving the set as the crew gets busy for the next shot. As he gets out into the air, he's met by a new acquaintance who is also a member of the cast, who says,
"That was wonderful, Mr. Noble."
What? Oh, Dora Dean. Hello, Dora. Thanks for the compliment.
Oh, I think you're absolutely wonderful on the set. Not like these hams out here that couldn't memorize a page of dialogue if their lives depended on it.
I don't suppose I'll ever get used to pictures. It's so different from working on the stage.
I bet it is. Gee, I don't see how you ever brought yourself to leave Broadway, Mr. Noble.
Oh, that's very easy to explain, Dora. Just one word. Money.
Oh, you're kidding.
I wish I were. No, my dear Dora, I have a great many bills hanging over my head, and until I get them all paid off, I won't be very easy in my mind.
I don't see how you figure that. Why, you must make a fortune on Broadway. All your plays are smash hits.
Not quite. I have been very lucky, there's no doubt about that. But you don't hear much about the plays that quietly close a few days after opening night.
That last play you were in, the one just before you... Well, you know what I mean.
Yes, I know what you mean. The play closed when I was arrested for murder.
Gee, I didn't mean to say anything about that, Mr. Noble. And anyhow, they found out it wasn't you, but Claudia Vincent who killed that fellow backstage.
That's right. And it was my wife who managed to get the evidence to get me out of jail.
Oh, gee, isn't that romantic?
Not so very, Dora. Right now, my wife is lying in a hospital in New York, with her face and hands burned with acid.
Yes, I read about that. Is she... I mean, is it pretty bad?
It's worse than that. And it's all my fault.
I don't see how you figure that.
Well, let's talk about something else, Dora. Are you hungry?
Oh, I guess so. I'm nearly always hungry. My mom says I better look out. I'll start putting on weight before I know it. Like she did, after she and Pop left vaudeville and opened up their road stand.
Oh, well, I have to be back in half an hour, so I think I'd better run over to the commissary and get a bite to eat. Would you like to come along?
I sure would. If I'm not being too much of a nuisance.
Why, not at all, Dora. I like to have you for company.
Gee, that's nice of you to say. Particularly when I know that you could have any one of 100 glamorous actresses trailing you around if you just said the word.
Oh, now take it easy, Dora. You'll turn my head if you're not careful.
I guess not. You're real swell. Not like some of these stuck-up dummies out here.
Seems to me you're rather soured on this picture industry, Dora. It seems to me everyone out here works very hard.
Most of them make me sick. You stand around for a couple of hours waiting for the lights and camera to get set up. And I suppose you think the stars stand out there under those hot lights all the time. Not on your life. It's their stand-ins that take the beating. Oh, I tell you, Mr. Noble, if there was any way I could get east and get myself into the theater, I'd sure jump at it.
Well, it seems to me you're far better off right here. Well, shall we go in? You go ahead, Dora.
Okay, thanks. Here, let me get you a tray.
Thank you.
Now, let me have a bowl of that soup. Oh, no, the other one, please.
I think I'll try one of these salads and some coffee.
Good night. Is that all you want?
Oh, that's plenty. And I'll go over to that table in the corner.
Okay. I'll be right with you.
All right. Well, I wonder if Mary got my letter yet. And what she thinks about it. Still, if she wants to keep on with this make-believe, it's all right with me. I'll play the hand out any way she wants.
Okay, Mr. Noble. Here I am.
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee, I hope you're not getting awfully bored with me tagging after you.
No, I told you, Dora, I enjoy your company.
I think it's just grand to meet an actor like you. And I'm going to watch every scene you do. Try to learn a little something about acting while I have the chance.
Oh, I don't think you'll learn much by seeing me do a 2-minute scene over and over.
If only I could watch you in a whole play.
You might be very disappointed, Dora. So often the things we think will be so wonderful don't live up to our expectations.
Well, it wouldn't be like that with you, I know.
Well, I'm glad you think so. It's very encouraging to me. Right now, I can do with a bit of encouragement.
What made you say that? And look so sad.
What? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking of my next scene.
Oh. What do you do when you're not here at the studio?
What do I do? Not much of anything.
Oh, I don't believe that. I bet you know hundreds of people here in Hollywood.
No, I don't. I have one very good friend, Tom Bryson.
Is he the only friend you see out here?
So far.
Oh, I guess you must get kind of lonesome, huh?
Well, I expect to be working so hard I won't notice it, Dora.
I guess you miss your wife a lot and wish she was with you.
Yes, I miss her, all right.
Gee, it's too bad. Listen, you won't think I'm nervy if I ask you something, will you?
No.
I was just wondering. Some Sunday when you're not working, maybe you'd come out and meet my folks. They'd love that. And they do have a real nice place out along the highway. It looks right out over the ocean, and the food is good, too.
That sounds very nice, Dora.
Maybe someday you'd like to drive on out.
Oh, thanks. Maybe later on. I don't have a car, and besides...
Okay. I guess I was out of turn. Look, excuse me, will you? I guess I'd better get back to the set.
Oh, Dora, wait a minute.
See you
Dora.
later.
Oh, hang it all. I don't want to hurt the kids' feelings. Ah, but I've got too much on my mind to be tactful.
And back in New York, we find Mary Noble in her room at the hospital with her good friend Maud Marlowe at her bedside. And we hear...
Well, Mary, I brought you a few spring flowers because they look so fresh, but I can see they won't make much of a showing in this greenhouse you have here.
Now, Maud, you're just saying that because you know those flowers must have been sent to me by Rupert Barlow.
What makes you think I'd care about that? If he wants to make these absurd, over-lavish gestures, it's nothing to me. There now. Well, I guess they can stay there.
Oh, thanks, Maud. How's your play? Still doing good business?
Oh, I can't complain. It's not often an actress like me has the chance to play the lead in a Broadway production.
I'm terribly anxious to see it, even if I had to wear a veil.
No, there's no reason to think that would be necessary, my dear. Dr. Allen is most encouraging. And just look at all the bandages he's taken off already.
Yes, and last night I was even able to hold the telephone receiver.
Good for you, Mary. Oh, are they letting you receive calls now?
And this was a long-distance call.
From Hollywood?
Yes.
Now, why didn't you tell me right away? What did Larry have to say?
This wasn't a call from Larry. It was Tom Bryson.
Oh, I see. Well, what did he have to say?
Oh, nothing much, Maud. He doesn't think Larry is happy with the picture he's doing, and Tom feels terribly uncomfortable about the whole thing.
Well, you can understand Tom's feelings. I don't suppose he really expected Larry to accept when he sent word that he had a picture for him to do.
But Larry had to accept, Maud. You know how in debt he is and how worried about everything.
I know that his greatest worry is about you. And that's why I can't for the life of me understand what made him leave New York at a time like this.
It was his own decision, Maud. He doesn't know that I wired Tom Bryson to try to find something for him.
Well, I still think you ought to have told him, Mary.
No, he mustn't ever know that I interfered.
Well, what has Larry said to you about this new contract?
Nothing. He hasn't written to me since that first wire telling me he'd arrived.
You mean to say he hasn't sent any word since he first got out there?
No. Tom says he's very busy, and I know he must be. And after all, Larry's in a very run-down condition. After all he's been through, it's not right to expect him to think about anything except the picture he's making.
Maud Marlowe frowns deeply as she hears this news and wonders more than ever what can possibly be the reason for Larry's silence. For she has no more idea than Mary that Larry accidentally saw Tom Bryson's telegram revealing the whole secret. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband, Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
GS406.
Metacom presents Arch Oboler's Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Oboler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. Listen to me now, a few light years and generations ago, as I introduce to a very patient lights-out audience my peculiar play, Special to Hollywood. Most of you have heard of the new-style Hollywood premiere where airplanes full of Hollywood celebrities fly to some town for the first showing of their new picture. The stars in the movie are displayed in a furious burst of glory, and then they rush back to Hollywood again to start their next super epic. Well, tonight let's tell you about the road back from one of these premiere excursions. In this particular case, a most unusual road.
The scene? A transport airplane moving through the sky at high speed. A very pompous-looking individual stands talking to the pilot.
Now, look here, pilot. Can't you make this thing go faster?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Take those infernal earphones or whatever they are off your head and listen to me. I said, can't you make this thing go faster?
150 miles an hour isn't exactly walking, mister.
Now, don't get impertinent. I chartered this special plane for speed, you understand? Speed, not to just go dawdling along through air.
I'll tell him about it when he comes in.
Now, look here. Do you realize who you're talking to?
Look here, mister. I'll be the first to admit you're a big shot, but when you're bucking a 50-mile wind and still making 150 miles an hour, believe me, that's pretty good.
Why, you...
Now, why don't you go back in the cabin and sit down and enjoy yourself like a good fella?
Now, look here. You can't tell me what to do. You can't...
Mark, come here. Mark, I'm talking to you.
Coming, darling, coming.
Well, for Pete's sake, Mark, where have you been? Do I have to spit along every time I want to talk to you?
All right, darling, all right. I'm here.
Did you tell him to hurry up?
Yes, everything's taken care of.
Yeah, that's what you say.
NC-19 calling Glendale. NC-19 calling Glendale.
Well,
Hello, Joe. How is it?
I don't know why I went on this trip anyway.
Yeah?
Well, good publicity.
Well, the farmers like it.
I can sit in my own backyard and get all the publicity.
Oh, yeah, everything's normal here. Listen.
Don't loan a darling me. Just tell me, where can I get a drink? Well, what are you good for anyway?
Now, look here, if not for me, where would you be?
Yeah, you
When
tell
the third
me.
guy
Well,
starts
everybody
in,
in Hollywood knows.
Everybody? Who's everybody?
Okay, tell them to get the studio brass band ready. We'll be setting down in a couple hours. Okay. NC-19 signing off.
You heard what I said. How many times do I have to say it? You heard me the first time. If not for me, being in it, that picture would stink so loud, the only way anyone could go see it would be with one of those gas things on their face.
Oh, but darling, be reasonable. Any picture that nets $300,000 the first week...
Because I'm in it, that's why. Because I am in it. Isn't that right, Bob?
Huh? What'd you say?
Oh, for Pete's sake, take your nose out of that racing form and listen to me, will you?
Oh, listen yourself, beautiful. I'm busy.
Mark, you tell me. How long do I have to put up with this lily imitation of a lounge?
Now, Lona,
Oh,
darling...
it's all right, Mark. It's all right. I can take it. For $1,000 a week.
Mark, are you going to let him talk to me like that?
Well, he hasn't said anything.
He's reading my mind.
Why, you two-bit little four-flusher, let me
What
tell
do you mean, four-flusher? Why, if not for me shoving your name in every newspaper in the country, you'd be back in that laundry.
Mark! Mark, did you hear that?
Now, Bob, watch yourself. After
you
all...
keep out of this.
Fire him! Fire him, Mark!
Yeah, sure, fire me. Go on. So I've got to work for Warner's
Fire
tomorrow.
him, Mark.
Yeah, fire me. Then I'll have some decent pictures to go to town.
Throw him out.
Baby turkey.
Turkey?
Now, Bob, don't go too far. After all...
Did you hear him? My picture's turkey. $300,000 the first week.
Why? Ask me why. Exploitation, that's it. Why, without my publicity, you wouldn't be back in that laundry. You'd be in it.
Why, you little squirt, you. I'll scratch your eyes out.
You lay a hand on me and I'll slap you down to hell.
Mark, do something.
Huh? Oh, you're fired. You hear me, Bob? Fired. Why, you big bag of wind. Who do you think you're fired?
Why, throw him out.
Why, I'll go to JV tomorrow. I'll have him cut your heart out. Fired, I tell you.
Out on your
You're not
ear.
a producer.
What?
You're a fugitive from that laundry that she used to work.
Well, I can Mark. Have him blacklisted. You can do it.
Metro
Blacklisted.
Xanax Ranger. I can walk into a dozen jobs tomorrow morning. I'll run you out of
You'll
Hollywood.
starve to death and I'll kick you in the face. You
Yes.
won't get another job in Hollywood if I have to.
That crazy pilot. What's he doing?
Well, tell him to stop.
Crazy fool climbing like that?
Well, don't just stand there. Go on, give him the devil.
Well, all right, I'm going. All right. Hey, you, pilot, you crazy?
All right, mister. Had to climb. Storm ahead.
Well, who cares about the storm? You get us home, do you understand?
Okay, you're paying for it. Here. Message for you. Came over the radio.
Oh, all right. Hand it over.
What is it, Mark, for me?
No, me. Yeah, me. What's up, huh?
Mark, what's the matter with you? Mouth open like a fish. Read it.
It says that John Webster killed himself.
Say.
You're kidding.
No. See for yourself.
John Webster, young novelist, committed suicide, 1 p.m.
I never thought he'd do it.
I didn't either. Killing himself just because we changed
Oh.
You laughing?
Sure, why not?
Now, Lona, darling, after all...
After all what? 2 wise guys, and neither one of you's got as many brains as the left side of my Pekingese.
What?
Okay, let's have it.
You, the great Mr. Crane, the publicity wonder
Cut
boy.
the needles, will you, and let's have it. Yes, Lona, what are you getting at?
So he's dead. So instead of looking down your noses, you two ought to be standing on your heads.
What? Oh, she's not.
Oh, am I? The picture getting national release this week, and the sap who writes the words blows his brains out, and I'm supposed to cry, huh?
Say, I get it.
Call out the Marines.
Lorna, you mean that now he can't bother us with an injunction?
Well, who's thinking about injunctions? He couldn't stop the picture anyway. You said yourself he signed away all the rights.
Then what?
Oh, Bob, you tell him.
Oh, it's terrific. Mark, don't you get it? Huh? So we had the premiere in Chicago. So all right, it stopped.
Don't you start in that again,
Okay. It wasn't your fault. The director was no good. The film was no good. The cutters got the story loused up. The critics all had bellyaches. What's the difference? What the reason was? The picture was a flopperoo. It laid eggs all the way up and down State Street. Get to the point. I passed it already. Huh? Don't you get it, Mark? The author of the novel we made the film out of blows his top. Why? Ask me why. I don't have to ask you. The kid told me yesterday right in the hotel. Ruined his life work, he said. Yeah, that's what he said. But that won't be what I'll say. Huh? Well, who did you...
Oh, for Pete's sake, Mark, shut your mouth and listen to the guy. For the first time in a year, he's got a good idea. My idea.
That's what you think. Now, listen, Mark. With this angle, we can turn the picture into a gold mine. Say it.
I'll say it. The reason that crazy kid killed himself was because the picture was so terrific. He was done. Finished.
Yeah, his life work comes to life on the silver screen, so the boy genius bows out. Don't you get it? But that isn't true.
Oh, for the love
I mean, who'll believe you? It's crazy. Will you listen to the guy, Lona? Crazy. Sure, crazy. A story like that, no newspaper will believe it. Oh, won't they? How about if you have a letter the kid wrote you just before he, did it?
That's all right.
But he didn't write me any such letter. Oh, Lona, you tell him.
Look, Mark, what are you trying to do? Give an imitation of Dopey?
Huh?
Did the savvy kid have to write a letter? Aren't there plenty of guys you got at the studio who write you a letter like that for $10?
Yeah, and give you change for $5.
Aren't there?
Oh, he's right. Why, the kid bumping himself off's a natural.
And who thought of it first? You tell me.
Storm, what kind of screwy pilot we got?
Oh, Mark, don't just stand there. Do something.
Huh? Oh, all right. I'll talk.
Bob, so dark. The light.
Well, I can't find the switch. Oh, there.
Mark, tell him to get us out of this.
Gee, is it dark out there?
You two fatheads. I told you I didn't want to go to Chicago. Mark, tell him to get us out of this storm. Mark, can you hear me? Mark!
I'll go see.
No, don't leave me.
Listen, we're climbing.
Climbing? So what does that mean?
He's taking us up above the storm.
Oh, why doesn't he hurry? I hate thunder. Mark!
All right, darling, it's all right.
Oh, what's all right? What?
He's getting us up over the top of the storm. Yeah, like I told you.
Oh, what did the buzzard get us into this for in the first place? Mark, if you don't get him fired out...
There we are, in the light again. Will you look at those clouds down there?
So who cares? What would I give for a scotch?
We'll be home soon. You can't even see the ground. It's like a carpet from here.
Will you shut up? Who cares about clouds?
Listen, Toots and Fritz, who's talking to you?
Mark, did you hear what he said?
No, don't start. Again, the two of you. I've had all I can stand these 3 days.
You've had? Will you listen to the guy? Who was pulled and pushed around from everyone from the Cicero Fan Club #1 to those flop-eared exhibitors to those lousy reporters?
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
What's the matter? I got an idea. Now, listen. That screwy author. When we land, I'll have a wire sent. We'll have the body sent to the coast and bury him at the studio's expense.
Huh?
Yeah, sort of a state funeral for the author Alana Douglas's greatest vehicle.
Well, that's all right.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they won't...
Who won't? The kid didn't have anybody, so we'll do the honors, see? Special car all across the country. Make every news service in the world.
Oh, I don't know. Morbid. You know, morbid. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the trouble. You don't know. The first good idea that Lily's had.
Now, wait a minute.
And you start getting artistic or something. Now, let me tell you. Hey, what's the matter with you? Hey, Mark, I'm talking to you.
Listen.
Huh?
What? Bob, you...
What's the matter with you two?
Engines.
Huh?
The engine, it stopped.
So what? We're landing. What's the matter with you two saps? Shut off the engine because we're landing.
No.
Pilot, what's the matter? Pilot, what's happened?
I don't know.
What is it? What's happened?
What is this? Mark, what did he chase off for? What's the matter? We are landing, aren't we? Well, what's there to get so excited about?
The engine stopped.
Hey, will you stop saying that? So what?
We're not due in for an hour yet.
Something's wrong. Pilot, what's the matter? Pilot.
Lona, wait. Lona!
What's the big idea? Well, what kind of a pilot are you?
Now, let me talk to you. Listen, you, what's the matter? What's going on? Shut up, you. Shut up.
We're not landing, see? We're not landing.
But the engine...
Yeah, they stopped. We must be landing.
Of course
We
we
have
must
to
be
be
landing. Will you
landing.
shut up? Blast you, shut up. You can't talk to her that way.
Shock him.
Yeah, who do you think you're talking
Fools,
to?
will you shut up? Now, look. Look, I tell you.
What?
The indicator, airspeed indicator.
Huh?
We're not falling.
Mark, what's he saying?
Listen, I'm telling you, we're not falling. Engine's dead and we're not falling. You fools, what are you looking at me like that for? Don't you understand? We're hanging. Just hanging in the air.
Hanging. Air.
You dirty-faced buzzard. What are you trying to pull? What are you trying to pull?
Drop dead. Just hanging in air.
Hanging. Air.
Listen, the three of you. I've been around. They pulled all kinds of fancy tricks on me. Well, if this is a gag, I don't like it. Do you hear me? I don't like it. Now get me down out of here. Oh, Bob. He's passed out.
Come on, back in the cabin. Better sit down. Mr. Markham, you too.
Bob,
He'll be all right. Come on.
Hanging. In air.
This is a gag, isn't it? Tell me, isn't it? We're moving. Oh, we've got to be moving. Don't blast you, Tom!
Lady, my arm. Cut it out, will you?
Well, then tell me what's happening. What? Bob passed out. Mark looking right. His mouth, You've got to talk. You've got to tell me. We are moving, aren't we?
No.
You liar. You dirty liar. We are. We are.
Stop it. Look. Down there.
You dirty liar. Trying to scare me.
Look. See on the clouds down there? Our shadows standing still. We're not moving. Get that through your head. We're hanging in space, I tell you.
No.
I'm all right. Just leave me alone.
Hit your head.
Leave me alone, I tell you. Be all sitting around looking at me for I passed out all right. You're all just as scared as I am. You know what you are. You, Mark, you're scared. Your face green. Answer me, you're scared, aren't you?
Hanging. In air.
There, you see, he's off his nut. You, Lona, you're scared too, aren't you?
Why don't you shut up?
Pilot, you're scared green, too, aren't you? Not me alone, you. Answer me, you.
Maybe I better shut you up.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
All right, Bob. All right.
I don't want to.
All right now, all right. Don't talk. Bury your head. Yeah, that's right. Pilot. Sam.
Yeah?
What time is it?
5.
The radio?
What's the use? Tried it 100 times. Dead as
We're going to be... Don't listen to what you're talking about, Bob. Just try not to think. Sam.
Yeah?
How long have we been...
An hour.
Only that?
Seems like a million. Watch says only an hour.
Mark. Mark, listen. Mark, I'm talking to you.
Hanging in air.
I wish I was like he is.
Yeah.
So scared, can't see or hear or think. Look.
Hmm?
He's gone to sleep. Bob.
Yeah.
Wore himself out crying. Funny, huh?
Nothing's funny.
Guess not. But I got funny thoughts in my head.
What?
A minute ago, I was thinking about when I was a kid. You want to hear about when I was a kid?
Why not?
Bob here and all the rest of the publicity guys have written so much junk about me being the only daughter of, poor but respectable small-town people. I almost got to thinking it was true. Yeah, would you believe it? I paid some wise guy over on Sunset Boulevard $1,000 for a coat of arms of the family to hang up in the hall. You know, one of those fancy shields with lions crawling all over it and things. Should have had a couple of beer bottles on it instead of lions. Yeah. You want to know my real name? Oh. What's the difference? Beer bottles, yeah. Beer bottles and the smell of the laundry coming up the air shaft and a lot of dirt. That's what I remember from when I was a kid. Sam?
Yeah?
I just wanted to hear you talk. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. I was thinking something funny about when I was a kid. When it was hot at night, I used to lie on my back on the roof, look at the clouds and make off I was just sort of hanging in the air. Honest, Sam, I want that. Funny now.
Gravity.
What?
Did I say something?
You said gravity. Why?
I was thinking.
What?
Gravity's pulling us down.
Well?
I was thinking of what's pulling us up.
There aren't any answers.
No?
No. No answers. When I was that kid, I found answers. Yeah, how to get along. How to get out of the smell and dirt. Real answers. They took me a long way. $5,000 a week, 5-year contract, no options. I did all right with my answers. Here's one answer I haven't got. Because there isn't any answer.
Maybe there is.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You listen to me. Supposing I listen to you.
I don't know how to talk.
Oh, you just go ahead.
For a whole hour, I've been trying to figure things out.
So?
There isn't any real answer. I mean, that adds up like a column of figures on a slide rule when you're trying to figure out the stress on a wing. Nothing like that, but kind of screwy ideas come to me. Why talk about it?
Go on.
I'm just a bozo. Ever since I've been able to stand on my own feet, everything's got to be able to add up or it just doesn't mean anything to me. But when I was a kid...
Well,
when I was a kid, I really had the... Well, like you said, poor but respectable parents. You know, the kind, they believed in somebody up there and somebody down below and good and evil and all the rest of it. Funny, you Thinking about when you were a kid, me thinking the same thing.
You said you had the answers.
Yeah, it's like this. I heard the three of you talking all the way from the coast of Chicago and now back again. Talking about nothing but yourselves. Each one of you. Nothing meaning anything but yourselves. If we weren't like this up here, I know I wouldn't be able to say this, but... Well, why not say it? You making more money in a week than the average guy with a family sweats out his insides for in a year. But instead of the money making you understand anything, it's made you understand less than a blind kid walking in the dark. Everything's for you. The world's just a big movie screen. Everybody in it just there to sit up and look at you. Yeah, I heard. Somebody wrote a book. You bought it, made a picture out of it. Maybe it was an honest book, but you didn't buy it to be honest. You bought it to make dough. So the kid blew his brains out, and even dead he couldn't get away from you. Yeah. You were going to use his dead body to make you more money. Yeah, dead or alive, nothing means anything to you. There's no world but your screwy world. Everybody all over the world can crawl on the ground, hiding from bombs, can be starved and watch their kids starve and die on barbed wire, fighting for something they don't know much about, and drown in the sea, and it don't mean anything to you. None of it. As long as each of you can hold on to what you've got. Yeah. The three of you acting as if you weren't made of the same flesh and blood as the rest of us. As if making a lot of money and seeing your name in the paper a lot and getting a lot of applause took you right off the earth. Maybe something or somebody decided you weren't fit for the earth. Maybe. You crying?
No.
You asked me. I told you.
I was in a picture once. The girl got in a jam. She didn't know how to pray, but she just started to pray. Well, that was in a picture. This is real, isn't it?
Yeah.
If anybody told me a couple of hours ago that all this... Mark sitting there out of his head, Bob. Me sitting here listening to the kind of thing you said.
Asked me. I told you.
Yeah. You told me. It was a lousy trick, wasn't it? About that kid who died. I'm sorry about that. Even thinking about it. I'm sorry.
The engine.
We started again.
We're in the dive. I gotta get it.
Mark, Bob. We're moving again. Mark.
It's all right. Everything's all right.
Oh, Mark, Bob, wake up. Snap out of it. You hear? Everything's all right.
Sure, it's settled. I know my publicity. A thing like this isn't good. It's bad.
I'm not arguing with you. All right.
Spread a screwy thing like this, and every reporter in the country be holding his nose. It's so screwy, that's all.
For heaven's sake, will you stop talking about it? For the last hour, my head's starting to go around. It's forgotten, finished. So whatever it was, we'll forget.
On the way. That pilot, you talk to him?
Sure. He won't talk. He wants to eat, don't he? So he won't talk.
Got everything fixed, huh?
Well, prima donna's talking again.
Now, Lona, you understand. Nobody's going to know about this. Like Bob says, crazy publicity is bad publicity, and this all was crazy, wasn't it?
I'll say. Hey, look, we're over the airport.
Good. Drink. Do I need a drink?
Bathtub full. I'm going to swim in it.
A terrible experience, terrible, but all's well that ends well, eh, Lona? A terrible experience, but now finished. Everything's just the same, eh, Lona? Everything's just the same.
I wonder.
NC-19 coming in. NC-19 coming in. Hello, Joe. Yeah, I had a little trouble a while back. Yeah, engine trouble. Yeah. Everything's back to normal now. Yeah. Everybody okay? Everything just the same. I wondered.
It is later
sunset. Promise and fulfillment. Birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock. The world is full of statistics, and statistics are often measured from the point of view of time. For example, there is a baby born about once every 11 seconds in the United States, and once every 22 seconds there is a death. Gamblers will tell you that if you stood at the roulette table in Monte Carlo with unlimited funds for 50 years, the odds would still be 36 to 1 against breaking the bank. But Smiley Skellin will tell you that the greatest odds of all is the risk you take when you break the sixth commandment. Thou shalt not kill.
Better make yourself comfortable, baby. This story's a long one, and I've got plenty of time. It starts in a railroad siding just outside of Las Vegas. I'd been riding the rods from Frisco, and I didn't have a dime. But I'd got some grub before I holed up in this cattle car, and I figured it'd last me all the way to Chi. Must have been about midnight when the freight jerked to a stop, and right away I hear a couple of railroad dicks making the rounds for their shillelaghs, looking for a skull like mine to crack.
You take that side, Joe. I'll take this one. If you catch one of those chiseling bums, beat the ears off them. Anybody in there? This one's empty, Joe. Try the next. Anybody in there? Flash your light, Joe. Hey, there's one of them in the corner. Come on out of there, you bimble stiff.
I ain't done nothing.
Come on, I say.
You come in and get me.
Tough guy, huh? Well, I'll beat the living daylights out of you. Grab him, Joe. Don't let him get away. Go on, after it. Give him the works.
He caught me full behind the ear and cut my head. But that was nothing to what I'd catch if they ever grabbed hold of me. I ducked behind the cars and headed for a row of shacks near a clump of trees. I had just enough strength to open the door of the first one and flop on the floor like a winded puppy when they ran by. Boy, that was close. Boy, oh boy, was that close.
Someone chasing you, young man?
Who's that?
All right, don't be frightened. I won't give you away. Here, let me light a candle. There's nothing to worry about. They'll never seem to look in this shack.
Who are you? So what you doing in here?
My name is Pillsbury. Cyrus Pillsbury, and this is my home.
This dump? There ain't even a bed here.
I use the floor. No one disturbs me because these shacks have been condemned. And all supposed to be boarded up. I live a fairly safe and uneventful life.
Getting you rent free, huh? You got any grub?
I have some food. You're welcome to all you can eat.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll do you the honor to accept your kind-hearted invitation. We had a couple of cans of salmon and a loaf of bread. I finished it off inside of 20 minutes. And then he gave me a smoke, which I hadn't had in days. And I settled back and took it easy for a while.
You ever been in Las Vegas before, young man?
I ain't never had that pleasure.
Gambling town, you know, and gambling is quite legal in this state.
So what?
Haven't you ever played roulette?
Roulette's a sucker's game.
Oh, it's true. The odds against winning the game a chance along. But when you've got a system...
A system? The chumps got their systems. And the house always rakes in the dough.
My system's infallible. Absolutely foolproof. I can win a fortune roulette inside 3-4 hours.
Yeah?
You don't believe me?
Well, sure, I believe you. Why shouldn't I? You're worth $1 million. And you also got a hole in your head and your brains are spilling out.
Well, I'm sorry you're skeptical.
You take me for a dope. If you're so hot at busting a bank, what are you living in this rat hole for? And look at your clothes. They're falling right off of your back. You ain't got any more cash than I got, and I ain't got a nickel.
That's not completely true.
Say, hey, what's all them figures on the walls? The joint's covered with numbers.
As part of my calculations. I started working on my system years ago, and every once in a while I'd run out of paper.
You must be nuts.
I tell you, my system is perfect. I've tested it myself.
Yeah? How?
Well, a few months ago, I went to the Cartwheel Bowl. That's the biggest gambling house in Las Vegas. I only had a few dollars, and I had to start with small stakes, but I ran a $5 bill into 500 by calling 6 turns of the ball in a row.
On the level?
Yeah, I made a mistake of and winning too fast.
What you mean?
The management became suspicious, and they barred me from the table. The word got around to the other gambling halls, and soon I was excluded from them all. And that's why I need an assistant for my second and final try.
You mean that they won't let you play anymore?
They caught me checking my statistics. They saw how easy it was for me to win. They issued orders to keep me out forever.
What'd you do with the 5 C's you won?
I still have most of it. I mean, wait for another chance at the tables.
Let me see it.
You won't try to take it away from me.
All you gotta do is yell, and I'll have them cuffs on my neck. Now stop stalling. If you want to let me zoom, let's have a look.
Just a second. Yeah, $420, and I could run into $420,000 if I had the chance.
Sure. I gotta hand it to you. The dough looks real.
I'd like you to work along with me, young man. I'll give you 5% of all my winnings.
You mean you want me to play the tables for you?
You must play them just as I instruct you to. In the beginning, I want you to deliberately lose a little to avoid suspicion. Then when the numbers are right and my calculations add up, we'll make our killing.
And I get 5%?
Yeah. When I hit $1 million, your take will be $50,000.
But, how will I get into the joints? Look at the way I'm dressed. I won't get past the lobby.
We'll provide for that. For $100, I believe I can buy you the proper clothes, and we'll still have 300 to play with.
You want me to put on the suit and fish?
You must make an impression. Otherwise, it'll become suspicious.
Well, it's your dough.
Your time and my investment. Agree?
I got nothing to lose.
Just one thing, however.
Yeah?
Don't try to cross me.
Why? You tough or something?
I've spent the best part of my life on this project, and that's all I have in the world. If someone stole it from me, I'll avenge myself, even if I had to crawl back from the grave. Here, let me fix the tie for you, Smarty.
Yeah.
Not quite right.
Yeah. How do I look, huh?
You look the part in those clothes, only just don't talk too much.
Why not?
You don't converse precisely like a gentleman.
What?
Now, don't be insulted. You'll have enough money to pass for one by this time tomorrow night.
Oh, okay. Now, where's the system?
You don't need the system. All you need is this row of figures.
Well, what's it mean?
Well, you have a play each number in the sequence I've arranged. Place your bets according to the amounts alongside. Now, for instance, you'll bet $50 on number 4 red, and you'll lose.
I will?
Then you'll put another 50 on number 12 black and lose again. You'll let the next 2 numbers pass and play the 5th on number 9 black for $100.
And cash in, huh?
No, you lose again.
Oh, hey, we don't seem to be getting any place.
You'll let one turn go by after losing on number 9 and then play $50 on this number here. 20 red. That number will win.
Yeah, and if it don't?
It will. If you follow my directions. But this is important. You must start right after number 8 black turns. Don't begin to play until someone else wins on number 8.
Uh-huh.
Then follow this sequence and you'll come back with over $1,800 and we'll prepare for the killing tomorrow night.
Yeah? Okay. Give me the list.
Now, listen to me. Under no circumstances are you to vary this routine. And you must leave immediately when you won on your final number, see? Is that clear?
Oh, well, you're the boss.
You better leave now. 2 blocks up the road, you can get a cab to the Cartwheel Bowl. You drink by any chance?
Oh, I like a shot every now and then.
1 drink tonight is your limit. And I'm only permitting that one so you'll mingle more easily with the crowd.
You mean to say I got to take orders about liquor, too?
Alcohol and gambling don't mix. You take the money. On the list. I'll be waiting for your return.
Wish me luck, Cyrus.
What? That's one thing you won't need tonight.
The Cartwheel Bowl was part of a big hotel. The slickest I ever saw. I got a little worried when I first walked in. But when I saw the way they kowtowed to my fancy clothes, I felt like I was in. I had a little time to kill. Cyrus said I shouldn't begin until 10. So I walked over to the bar in the corner and ordered my one drink for the night. There was a dame sitting near the entrance, and a knockout if ever I saw one. She was wearing one of them low-slung evening dresses and sipping a dry martini. And I noticed she sort of smiled at me when I sat down next to her on the stool. Why? Will it be a chaser?
I beg your pardon. Do you have a match?
Oh, sure, baby. Yeah, keep the pack.
Thank you. Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Maybe.
Me?
No.
Monte Carlo.
Never been there.
Oh.
Well, I've been all over the USA half a dozen times. Name's Scallon. Smiley Scallon.
My name's Alta.
That sounds just how you look. Hey, barkeep. Another drink for the lady.
You're very kind.
You live in this hotel?
Yes, I'm here for 6 weeks. Say, I'm getting a divorce, you see.
Oh, your hubby must be cockeyed for the babe like you walk out.
Oh, he loves me, but he can't afford me. I like to gamble too much.
Why ain't you playing the table?
I'm a little short of cash. Do you intend to play?
I'm gonna bust that bank wide open, baby.
That's what they all say.
But I got a system.
I've also heard that before.
Yeah, so have I. But the old guy's so sure of himself that...
What?
Oh, nothing. Let it lay. Hey, it's almost 10. Looks like I gotta get to work. Want to keep me company, baby? For lunch?
Why not?
Then let's get started. Here's where Papa begins to make himself $1 million.
The hands of the clock and the roulette wheel have something in common. They both go round and round. But the clock hands are sure and firm. They leave nothing to chance. While the man who stakes his life upon the little bouncing ball may find that his croupier is dead.
31 red. 31 red. Place your bets, please. Place your bets.
Why aren't you playing?
I gotta wait.
For what?
Until 8 black turns up.
Now, really, you sound a little silly.
Go on and laugh if you want to. But I got a system that can't be beat. And I'm following orders.
Who is this man who gave you the system?
Just no gink I met. Pal of mine.
Number 8. Number 8 wins on the black. Number 8 on the black. Place your bet.
8. Yeah, that's me. Where's my list?
$50 on the red 4, mister.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you.
Oh, I ain't gonna win this one.
What?
Wait my turn. Next one, baby. Cash.
Number 20 red. Number 20 red. Place your bet, please. Place your bet.
$50 on 20 red.
Are you crazy? That number just turned up.
Maybe you're right. Maybe.
Too late now.
20 red, repeat. 20 red, repeat.
You've won.
Place your bet, please. No chips, mister. Give me the cash.
You're kidding?
Sir? Tomorrow's another night.
But your luck's just changed.
Can't help it, baby.
You'll be back tomorrow night?
Sure thing. Will you be here?
I'll be waiting for you.
First, I'm busting the lid off this joint, and then I'm having a little celebration. Keep your eyes open this time tomorrow, kid, and watch me go to town. As I drove back to the shack in the cab, I kept thinking of Olga, the way she looked. She was the kind of dame a guy could go for. But she sure was part of the high cost of living. You'd need a mint to keep a dame like that happy. And she could go through 50 grand before you bat an eye. 50 grand. Wasn't much compared to what the old geezer was going to get out of us. What did he need it for? He'd kick off before he knew it. Money go to waste, I figured. Money that could belong to me. I stopped the cab 4 blocks from the shack and walked the rest of the way. He was waiting for me like he said he would. But he acted like he took the whole business for granted. Well, I'm back.
Oh, Smarty, you got the money?
Oh, how do you know I didn't lose?
You couldn't have if you played my system.
Yeah, I got the dough. Here, $1,800 in cash.
Tomorrow night we'll raise the ante and clean them out.
Say, look, Si, as long as we're partners, tell me just how you figured this system out.
I'm sorry. The secret belongs to me.
You got it on paper somewhere? Here in the shack?
You're getting too inquisitive, Smarty. Now, I don't like it.
Well, I think I ought to collect the biggest cut.
What?
You get nearly $1 million, and I pick up a measly 50 grand.
You're getting greedy.
I got big ideas, Cyrus.
Here. It's $90 for you. You can keep the clothes. Get out.
What?
That's 5% of what you won tonight, and I'll find someone else to do my work.
You're cutting me out?
You're a little too ambitious. Go on. Leave me alone. I have work to do.
You must think I'm a prize jackass.
You made yourself some money. What else do you want?
More.
What? Give me another 100.
I want a lot more than that. I want that system.
You're not getting it.
You ever get slapped around, old man?
Get out of here.
I said come across.
Oh.
Get up. Get up. It's only the beginning. I'll massage you like a punching bag if you don't shell out. Did you hear me, you old flea bag? Get up. Hey, Cyrus. Cyrus. Holy smoke. He's croaked. I only slugged him once, I swear, that's all. I guess he couldn't take it. Must have got a heart attack or hit his head. Anyway, he was finished. First, I thought of grabbing the next freight out. But then I got a hold of myself. I went through his pockets fast and found what I wanted. It was a little red book with a lot of numbers in it I couldn't figure out. But there was one thing about that book I could understand. Each page was marked in order. And all I had to do was follow the numbered charts and hit the jackpot. Nobody saw me leave the shack. Then I got a room in a small hotel for the night. The next day I laid low, but I didn't see nothing in the papers. I figured they hadn't found him yet. I got my suit pressed and my shoes shined, and about 9:30 I was back at the cartwheel bowl, looking for Olga.
Well, back again.
Well, this time I'm playing for keeps, baby.
Still on your system?
Tonight I give it the works. Want to watch him?
I'll have an appointment with a friend of mine, but I'll be back a little later.
Boyfriend?
Maybe, Jen.
Look, baby, when I walk out of here in 4 or 5 hours, I'm going to be well healed. And I'm looking for someone to help me spend my dough.
Maybe I can oblige you, Smiley.
I could go for a dame like you, Olga. You got a face like a movie queen and a shape like nothing in this world. You can smell it. And I'm nothing. Do we make ourselves tell?
Well, it all depends on how you do prepare.
Before I get through with these clicks, the managers are going to be blowing their brains out.
I'll be back.
With a sack, baby, to cart away my dough. How about a kiss for love?
No, I do work fast.
I live fast, too.
Bend your head.
Ouch!
What's the matter?
I've got a sore spot behind my ear.
Quite a bruise.
Now go on, baby. Get rid of that monkey you're wasting your time on and meet me at the table for the payoff.
number 11 black. Number 11 black wins. Place your bets, please.
$800 worth of chips. All hundreds. I looked at my little red book and found a circle under the first number, which was 6 black. I figured I was to start playing after that number came up. I was right.
Number 6 black. Number 6 black wins. Place your bets, please.
500 smackers on number 1, red.
Number 1 on the red. Number 1 red wins. Place your bets, please.
Leave it on the table and put it all on 17 black.
Well, excuse me, sir, but that's $18,000.
What's the matter? Can't the bank cover?
Very well, sir. Place your bet, John. All bets, please, ladies and gentlemen. All bets, please. Number 17 on the black. Congratulations, sir. We don't have that much cash, of course, but we'll give you our check.
Who says I'm finished?
You want to play again?
Sure. Leave it lay. Put it all on 16 red.
But you've won $648,000, sir.
Peanuts. One more turn, I'll be really in the chips.
I'm sorry, sir. The bet is too high for the house.
Oh, Welsh, huh? I thought the sky's the limit.
We can't possibly cover a bet as large as that. I'm sorry, sir.
Will you cover 10,000 on number 16 red?
10,000.
If I hit the jackpot with 10 grand, I'll top $1 million. Then I'll leave you chumps alone.
If you'll excuse me, sir, I'll ask the manager.
I saw him turn to a guy in a dinner jacket and lift his eyebrows. I was just about to burst out laughing when I saw something else. Behind the manager, standing with a dame called Olga, with 2 plainclothes dicks.
Yes, sir, we'll accept that bet.
Well, I
10,000 on number 16 red. Place your bet.
Place your on the wheel. I got scared stiff. Those dicks were watching me, and I knew why. Maybe they found out about the old man's system. Maybe they figured the guy who knocked him off would play that system and give himself away.
Number 16 red is the winner.
You won. Well, I got panicky.
Place your bet, please.
I had to lose some of that dough. I had to show him I wasn't playing a system, that it was just luck. I forgot my book and I started to play the numbers like everyone else. But it didn't work out. $5,000. 10
red wins.
20 black, $10,000.
20 black is the winner.
50 grand. Play 50 grand on number 20 again.
20 wins. 20 black repeats itself.
Crazy. The ball hit wherever I called it. I couldn't lose. I couldn't lose if I tried. And then I remembered. He said he'd get square with me if he had to crawl out of his grave. He was getting square, all right.
Number 20. 20 wins again.
He must have been standing there, a ghost in a dirty beard, putting that ball in the slot himself. Well, that's the story. Of course, I had to be the chump. They had me on more counts than I figured. The cut behind my ear that the train dick gave me. That's what scared Olga. And she's the one who gave him the tip about my knowing the old geezer with a system. And now look at me. Spilling my story to the DA typist like I was drunk. Sitting here in the DA's office when I'm worth $2 million. Me. I'm one of the richest guys in town. Sure. And I'm taking the system with me. When I get the chair.
named Omar Khayyam could have traveled across the countless years from out of the past to witness Smiley Scallon's end, he might have spoken Smiley's requiem like this. The ball no question makes of eyes or nose, but here and there a strikes, a player goes, and he that tossed you down into the field, he knows about it all. He knows. He knows.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Clee, narrated by Hart McGuire. The cast included Richard Meikle as Smiley, Ozzie Winburn as Cyrus, Georgie Sterling as Olga, Ken Hannum as the croupier. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
There's something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days, and when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so tonight I tell you the bewildering story of Mirage. Fred Adams is an attorney, a promising young attorney. Fred is a specialist, for his practice has been limited to nightclubs and bars. In other words, Fred is what is called a mouthpiece. He steps gaily down the street tonight, unaware of the two men leaning against the black sedan parked in the shadows between the lampposts.
Hi, Fred. What's your hurry?
Huh? Oh, hello, Joe. What are you and Mike doing in this end of town?
We're waiting for you, Fred. Thought you might like to take a little ride.
Ride?
Yeah, the boss wants to have a little talk with you, Fred.
Well, not tonight. I'm busy. Got an appointment.
The boss would like to talk with you, Fred. Get in.
I told you I'm busy. I'll drop around tomorrow.
What are you so busy about, Fred?
How'd you like a poke in the nose?
Get in the car, Fred.
Let go of me, you hood.
We ain't kidding. Get in.
What would you two guys do without a gun?
Get in.
Okay.
15 minutes later, Fred makes his way through the crowded tables of the Swank Tripoli Cafe toward a door marked manager. He hesitates a moment, glances at the two men beside him, and knocks. Across the room, a beautiful woman sits behind the desk, toying with a long cigarette holder.
Come in, Freddie. Come in.
Well, we got him, boss. And where do you think he was? Over on Park Avenue.
How fancy. Wait outside, Joe. I want to talk to Freddie. Alone.
Yeah.
Sit down, Fred.
Well, what's wrong? You in trouble again, Gloria?
Would it matter to you if I were in trouble?
Of course it would.
Where have you been the past week?
Has it been a week since I saw you last?
You know it has. And a week is too long to suit me, Freddie.
Well, you know my phone number. If anything had happened, you'd have found me.
Doesn't make me very happy to think I have to go out looking for you. Kind of lets me down.
Oh, for the love of Pete. What happened?
Nothing's happened here at the cafe.
Oh, what's the matter then?
It's you, Fred. It's what you've done.
I haven't done anything.
Why do you think I paid your way through law school?
Because you wanted to? and because you needed a lawyer around.
Is that all?
I don't know.
I thought we were together in this thing for keeps.
Well, yeah. I'm still your attorney. What else do you expect from me?
You have the nerve to sit there and say that. You know how I feel about you. You've always known.
We've always been pals, good friends.
Pals? Friends? Oh, Freddie.
Now, what are you trying to say?
I knew for the past 3 weeks that you were changed. Couldn't figure it out. But I found out this afternoon. Here it is in the paper. District Attorney's daughter to wed young lawyer.
Well, what about it?
Are you really in love with her, Fred?
Certainly. Why shouldn't I be?
I don't think you are. I knew you were campaigning for the DA in this last election. I know you're ambitious. I think you've got your eyes on a job in the DA's office, more than you have on the girl.
I tell you, I love Brenda Gibson, and you can think whatever you like.
Is she pretty?
Very pretty. Young.
I don't like the way you said that, Fred. I'm not so old.
I didn't mean it that way. You're a very beautiful woman, Gloria.
Am I?
But, well, I don't know what it is. You've done everything in the world for me. No one could ask for more. And I've always cared more for you than any woman I've ever known. Until now. But there's something about Brenda. That, well, she's so different.
Go on.
I hate to say this to you, but I've got to make you understand. Brenda's intelligent. She comes from a fine family. She has culture.
And I came up from the chorus.
Now, Gloria, I didn't expect you to take it this way.
Well, how did you expect me to take her?
I didn't think you were really in love with me. It never occurred to me that you had any ideas about marriage.
What do you think I am, a totem pole?
I looked at our association more as a business arrangement. You financed me through school, and when I got up in the money, I'd pay you back.
Oh, Fred, don't say any more.
I know I've been blunt, but how else can I tell you? What else can I say?
There's nothing you can say, but I'll tell you something. You're getting out of your element. You don't belong there. You belong here with me. And if you marry her, you'll live to regret the day you met her.
Now, look. Don't be like that. Don't be a hard loser.
You'd be better off dead.
You don't mean that, Gloria?
No. No, Fred, I didn't mean that. Oh, darling, please go before I say any more. I know I haven't a chance, but please go.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Bye, Fred.
I'll be seeing you. Goodbye, Gloria.
A week later, the papers are filled with stories and pictures of Fred and Brenda and the district attorney, and parties and dinners and teas. Read them, Gloria. Pore over them. Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams this and Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams that. Read them, Gloria. Read them and weep. Meanwhile, on a train to Miami.
And Fred, darling, after we spend a few days in Miami, we can fly over to Nassau. Father has a place there, and I know some wonderful people. We can have a great time. Fred?
Oh, what did you say?
Snap out of it, darling. We're on our honeymoon.
Yes, Brenda, I'm sorry. I know we're going to have a swell time.
My sister Nella's spending the summer at Nassau.
Why didn't Nella come home for the wedding? She was to be your bridesmaid.
I told you, dear, you can't always get transportation just when you want it these days.
After all, Nella's your only sister. She could have made an extra effort.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, business.
Business? What business?
I was thinking about my new job. How did your father happen to make a place for me in the DA's office?
I suppose he thinks you're a capable young attorney.
Did you ask him to appoint me?
Well, I may have had something to do with it. I wanted you to start out right. You don't mind, do you?
Certainly not. Well, swell of you. I only hope I can make good.
You will. And who knows, maybe you'll be the district attorney yourself someday.
I hope so. At least I'll break my neck trying.
Oh, let's forget about everything for the next 2 weeks, but
I love you so very much, Brenda.
Darling, I'll spend all my waking moments trying to make you happy.
Thanks, dear.
You'll never regret the day you met me.
What did you say?
I said you'd never regret the day you met me.
Oh. I should say I won't. Not a chance in a million.
Now the happy honeymoon is over, and Fred and Brenda are back home. Fred is in the district attorney's office and progressing nicely. But Gloria, poor Gloria, still sits in her office at the Tripoli and broods over her fate. She scans every item in the society columns, searching for news about Fred and Brenda. And every item, every picture nurtures her resentment. And her resentment slowly turns to hate. And finally something snaps in her mind and she begins to harbor thoughts of revenge. Yes, revenge.
Joe! Joe!
Yeah? What are you yelling about, Gloria?
I wasn't yelling. Close the door.
It sure sounded like yelling to me.
I said I wasn't yelling.
Okay. I apologize.
No, sit down.
Oh, look, Gloria, what's eating you? Why don't you get out of this office? Go out and visit with the customers the way you used to.
Why should I?
Well, they all miss you. They're all asking, where's Gloria? I run out of excuses.
I didn't call you in here to talk about the business.
Well, maybe not, but I thought it was time I said something.
Where's the evening paper?
I didn't get it.
Why not?
Oh, look, Gloria, snap out of it, will you? Why don't you quit hunting for news about Fred? You're only driving yourself nutty. Fred was a nice guy, but he's gone. He's married. Forget him.
I can't.
Well, you could try.
It's not as easy as that.
After all, he ain't the only man walking around. There's one or two others, you know.
Yeah?
Well, there's one guy in particular who might get your mind off Fred, if you'd give him a chance.
Yeah? Who?
Well, I know I'm not as good looking as Fred, and I ain't got his fancy manners. But I like you just as much as he did. Probably a lot more.
Sorry, Joe.
At least I wouldn't walk out on you for any other dame.
If you did, I wouldn't blame you.
No?
No. I'd blame the other woman. She had no right to take him away from me. He belonged to me.
Oh, Gloria, please forget it.
No, I won't. I can't. I've made up my mind.
Huh? What are you thinking?
Where's your car?
Outside.
Where's your gun?
In my pocket.
Some people are giving a party at their country place tonight for Fred and his wife.
But, Gloria...
But Fred was called out of town on business. They're giving the party anyway. And she'll be there. Friends will be there.
So what?
We'll wait for her. And follow her when she leaves.
Wait a minute. Nothing doing. I ain't bumping off no woman.
Sit down and shut up.
You're crazy. You're gone absolutely nutty. I'm getting out of here.
You're driving me to that house.
I won't.
No? I wonder if the police would be interested in knowing who killed Lefty Hammond.
Gloria, you wouldn't.
Wouldn't I?
Well... Okay, you win.
Better. Go get in your car. I'll go out the back way and meet you in the alley.
Gloria and Joe sit in the car in the deep shadows of a spreading tree. The hours drag on, and then about 1:30 in the morning, the party breaks up and the cars begin to leave. Finally, Brenda comes through the gate, driving her own coupe.
There she is. That's Brenda. Get going, Joe.
Is she alone?
Yes, she's alone.
I sure wish you'd change your mind.
Don't get too close to her.
No, I ain't got nothing against her or Fred either. What good's this going to do you?
You wouldn't understand.
I think you've gone off your beam. Maybe you're cracked.
Shut up. I'm not crazy, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
Drop back a little.
They say crazy people never think they're batty. You might feel different about this in the morning, Gloria. Maybe you ought to see a doctor. Oh! Cut it out. What do you get off slapping people?
Move along. You're losing her.
Well, lay off that rough stuff. Or I might decide to change my mind about the whole thing.
Nah, you won't change your mind.
It'd be funny if something happened to you.
If anything happens to me, there's a letter in my safe that tells all about you. So you better see that I get back to the Tripoli.
Okay. I was only kidding.
Yeah. We're coming along to that long stretch now. No cars behind us and none coming. Step on it now. Run her off the road. Now, run her off in that ditch.
Say, what's the idea? Are you trying to wreck me?
Get out of that car.
What is this, a hold-up?
Get out and shut up.
I haven't anything but a couple of rings.
Take her rings, Joe.
Well, this is a new one. A woman bandit.
Any money in your purse?
A few dollars.
Take the money and scatter the rest of the things around.
Yeah.
Now, ruffle up her hair, Joe. Muss her up.
You
You take your hands off me.
Oh, have a heart, Gloria.
Okay, I must her up, but good.
What are you? What's the meaning of this? It's not what you want. Why don't you let me alone?
I'll let you alone, Mrs. Adams.
Who are you?
Start walking.
What?
Start walking off through those trees.
I won't. Stop.
Get moving.
What are you going to do?
See to it that you don't do any more chiseling in, Mrs. Fred Adams.
I don't know what you're talking about. What?
Let her have it, Joe. Now, what are you stalling for? You missed her. Give me that gun. Well, and that's the last of Mrs. Adams.
She's dead.
Yeah. There's your gun. Now, let's get out of here.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter? What are you waiting for?
I'm kind of dizzy. Kind of sick. I can't drive, Gloria. You better drive.
And I thought you were experienced at this business.
If I hadn't seen you do it, Gloria, nobody in the world could have made me believe it. Nobody.
Anything about it in this morning's paper, Joe?
No, not a thing about it. And it was the night before last, too. I can't understand it.
Are you sure she was dead?
Of course I'm sure. Oh, what do you suppose could have happened? She couldn't have walked away. Say, maybe they haven't found her or the car yet, huh?
It's impossible. At the main highway, hundreds of cars pass there in the course of a few hours.
Oh, maybe they've seen the car but just thought it was a wreck. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Hey, you better lay off that stuff, Joe. You've been drinking for 2 days now.
Yeah, but I need it. I'm jittery. I got the willies like I never had before. Say, maybe I ought to drive by that place and see if the car's gone.
Okay. Get back as soon as possible.
Yeah, sure. I can't get it off my mind. I don't mind telling you, I'm scared.
Go on. And quit talking so much.
Gloria, I went out there.
Yeah, well, I know. What did you see?
Nothing. The car was gone. I looked all around for the spot. There wasn't a sign of anything. No trinkets, no blood marks, no nothing.
Well, then he must have found her.
But why don't they say something in the papers about it? If they just said something, I could stand it. It's driving me nuts.
Are you going to lay off that stuff?
No, I ain't. I need it.
I don't need it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're made of, but whatever it is, it's sure tough. I never knew a woman could be as tough. I'll never forget as long as I live.
You're a jellyfish.
I can understand one guy rubbing out another one for doing something against the gang, but I never thought I'd see a woman do a thing like that. And for no good reason.
There was a reason. And shut up.
I couldn't have done a thing like that. You could have turned me in first. There she was, laying there, covered with...
Shut up.
It's funny, this stuff don't seem to have any effect on me. It's just like some water.
Get hold of yourself.
Poor kid. I never felt so miserable in all my life.
Did you get the late papers?
Yeah. Here you are. Well, anything in it?
No. Not a word.
Hey, maybe we didn't do it, Gloria. Maybe it was just a nightmare.
No, we did it all right. And proper.
If I don't hear something soon, I'll go crazy.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? What is it? Did they find her?
No. Well, what do you know about that?
Well, what is it?
Look at this picture.
Holy smoke. It's her and Fred.
Mr. and Mrs. Fred Adams attend the races.
When?
Yesterday. It isn't possible.
But it's her. I know it's her, Gloria. How could she? She's dead. Hey.
What's the matter?
Maybe it's her.
Her ghost? Don't be silly.
I'm getting out of here. I'm leaving town.
Look. You're in the other paper.
Huh?
Day before yesterday. Fred Adams and wife attend tennis match.
And another picture.
What could this mean? What did they say something about it?
You see, Gloria, it's getting you down, too. Oh, please, Gloria, let's pull out.
It's uncanny. I can't believe it.
If it's in the papers, you gotta believe it.
Did you double-cross me, Joe?
What do you mean?
Did you have blanks in that gun?
Blanks? I'd certainly hate to get hit with what I had in that gun. She's dead, I tell you.
Well, she'd better be.
What'll we do?
You'll wait. That's all, just wait.
Okay. But I don't think I can stand it, Gloria. I'm going to pieces.
did wait. They waited for 2 more days, and Joe, fortified with his bottle, was able to hang on. Then Gloria began to crack under the strain of waiting.
Joe, I can't stand it any longer. I gotta do it.
Do what?
I'm going to call Fred's apartment and see if she's there.
I wouldn't.
Hello? Is this the Adams apartment? Is Mrs. Adams there? An old friend from out of town. Yeah, thank you. She's there.
Holy gee.
She answered. I heard her. You lied to me, Joe.
I didn't lie. I didn't. I had bullets in that gun. I saw her and she was dead.
There's something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days. I'll check again. And when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe.
What do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
That's crazy.
I don't think it would be safe to have you walking around and talking.
Gloria, listen.
Come on, we're going to my apartment and wait. The story's bound to break sooner or later.
I'd rather get out of town.
You're coming with me in my apartment. Get moving.
Then 3 more days of sleepless waiting. The tenseness grows and grows. The suspense is almost stifling. Poor Joe can neither sleep nor eat, and Gloria becomes pale and drawn. Then Joe finally emerges and goes on a little scouting tour about town to see what he can learn. Then on the next night, a knock at Gloria's apartment door.
Who is it?
It's me, Fred.
Fred? Wait a minute.
Hello, Gloria.
What do you want, Fred?
May I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, of course. Come in.
It's rather late, but, well, I had to talk to you.
What about? I never expected to see you around here again.
Well, I was lonely. I had to talk to someone.
Lonely? Well, sit down, Fred.
Thanks. You look kind of tired, Gloria. What's wrong?
Well, since you mentioned it, you look a bit weary yourself. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. I sent you a check clearing up what I owed you. Did you get it?
No. There's something wrong, Fred. What is it?
Oh, little trouble, that's all.
Sort of trouble.
Domestic?
Domestic? What do you mean? That isn't...
Isn't possible? Is that what you're going to say?
Yes, I thought you were quite happy with your wife.
Well, things can develop suddenly. I certainly found that out.
Well, what happened? Or do you want to tell me?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I do. Guess that's why I came here. You're always so darn understanding. You always knew the answers to things.
But what happened?
Well, I guess I really didn't belong in the upper crust. You had it figured out about right. Everything was all right until Brenda started to shape my career.
Shape your career?
Yes. She had everything all planned out for me. She and her father had it all figured out. I wanted to go into the DA's office and move up on my own initiative. They didn't want it that way. They wanted me to start out as a big shot.
Did she leave you?
Well, yes. We just agreed to disagree.
Oh. Well, where's she now?
Her father's place, I suppose.
When did she leave?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Are you sure it was yesterday?
Of course. Why do you ask that?
Well, no reason, I suppose. I just can't believe it. Seems a shame. Well, I'm very sorry for you, Fred. Believe me. I know how you feel. I was let down with a dull thud once.
Were you?
You should know.
Oh, Gloria, I was such a fool. You were right. I should have listened to you. You could see what was coming, and I was too dumb to realize it. Have you forgiven me?
Yeah, Fred. I'd have to forgive you. I love you so much. I've never been able to forget you for one single moment.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Fred, I got a strange feeling. I don't know what it is, but I've got a feeling you're not telling me the truth.
What? You mean you don't believe me?
There is something you haven't told me. What is it?
Why, nothing. I've told you everything.
I don't believe you, Fred.
All right. Gloria, I'm in a tough spot. Brenda hasn't gone away. She's dead.
Dead? What on earth do you mean?
Yeah, she was found dead beside a car a number of days ago. The day after we had a nasty argument, but I didn't do it. There have been many threats against the district attorney and members of his family. It may have been any one of a number of persons.
Nothing's been said about it in the paper.
I know that. I know it. They purposely kept it quiet, hoping the real killer would show his hand.
That's silly. Why should he?
I don't know. Oh, darling, it's all a mess. I'm completely worn out over it. I know they suspect me. I don't know what to do about it.
Gloria. I seen her. Oh. She was standing under the lamppost at the corner. She spoke to me. She said, "Hello, Joe. How's Gloria?"
Shut up, you drunk.
No, it was her. It was Brenda. I ran for the elevator, and as the doors closed, she was coming into the lobby. She was terrible. Oh, pale and awful looking.
You simpleton, you got the snake.
No, it was her. And she's coming up here. It's her. I do want to see her. I can't look at her. I can't stand it.
Joe, turn on the lights.
I won't.
Turn on those lights.
Never mind the lights. I can see you. All three of you.
Brenda. What do you want?
So you, Gloria. Yes. Yes, I met you for the first time not many nights ago. On a deserted highway.
Joe, it is her.
Come out of the corner, Joe. I can see you. Joe, the man who pulled the trigger.
I didn't.
What do you want?
So, Fred, you were in on the plan, too. You wanted me out of the way because of Gloria. You were back of the whole thing.
No, Brenda, no. I had nothing to do with it.
You decided you'd made a mistake, that you wanted Gloria.
I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Tell him, Joe. Tell him how you shot me down. You had the gun. Tell him or I'll...
No. Keep away from me. Don't touch me. I'll tell him. I didn't do it. She did it. Gloria did it. I couldn't. I didn't have the nerve.
He's lying. I didn't do it.
Go ahead, Joe. Spill it.
I ain't going to take the rap for this. Gloria went off her beam when you married Brenda. She went crazy with jealousy. She knew about that party, and she made me drive her out there. We followed Brenda and then ran her off the road. She tried to make me do it, but I couldn't. I fired wild, and Gloria grabbed the gun from me and let her have it.
He's lying.
How could she make you do it?
She threatened me. She's got something.
Shut up!
I don't care. She can tell what she knows about me, but I can prove that she killed Brenda.
How can you prove it, Joe?
I wore gloves. I still have the gun, and the only fingerprints on it are Gloria's.
You did it!
I figured she might try to double-cross me.
What about it, Gloria?
All right, I did it. I shot her. I couldn't stand it any longer.
Turn on the lights, Joe.
Hey, she ain't dead. It's her. Brenda ain't dead.
Good Lord.
Oh, yes, Brenda's dead, all right. Quite dead.
What is she?
You'll find out, Gloria. What a strange quirk of fate. It was your money that caused all this. It was you who put me through law school so that I could defend you. But now, I'm sorry to say I'll be forced to be your prosecutor. Sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Well, Gloria, you've come to the end of your rope. Things didn't work out as you'd planned. You really killed Brenda that night. But Fred got a brilliant idea. He had Nella, Brenda's twin sister, come up from Nassau and pose as his wife. That's how all the pictures appeared in the papers. And it was Nella who just walked in on you and got a confession. And how did Fred know you were the one? Well, there were several suspects. But you, Gloria, made the mistake of phoning for Brenda too many times. And the police traced your calls. Too bad, Gloria. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, Sunday at 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story out of the fog. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Baker's Dozen. I thought of that. You see, I used to be a baker. Everybody was always asking for an extra bun and an extra donut or one more Parker House roll when they bought a dozen, see? That's supposed to be some kind of old-time custom or something for bakers. I wouldn't put out. Not me, I tell him. Not me. Don't you know 13's an unlucky number, I'd say? And wise guy would always say, unlucky for who? I'd say unlucky for any baker that gives away stuff, I'd say. So maybe glass, and I never lost very many customers, I guess. Anyway, you try and get a baker's dozen of anything nowadays from anybody. You get a hole in your head quicker. Well, so Baker's Dozen is a kind of cute name for a story, I think. Listen, see if it ain't, huh? I have this wife, see, and she has a tough time with me. I'm always biting the top off a bottle of schnapps and coming home and taking pics out of it. I love her, sure I love her. But I'm a great big schmo that ain't got sense enough to leave the bottles in the saloon. When I got 8-9 slugs in me, I'm a double schmo. Charlie Brooks already has gave me the heave-ho 64 times. And, well, for a long time, I'm not very welcome at Charlie's bar. He said once if he knowed how to make a Mickey, he'd present me with a double one for free. So I'm not one of his favoriteest fellas, see? And with my old lady, every time I come home singing 3 cheers for Jones Jr. High, he starts ducking. Because I don't like what she's got for supper, or why don't she get a new dress, or she's been biting her fingernails again, and boom, I'm giving her hits. That's me. A schmo in spades. Don't make any difference I'm nice to her when I'm not drinking that stuff, because I'm practically always drinking the stuff, and... Man, I'm sorry. But so what? And do you think she ever hangs on my chin? No, she don't. And she don't holler copper on me either. One time there was the cop lives next door, and he hears me pushing her around. He comes in. She says she hit her nose on the door. The cop gives me the ugly look, and what does she do? She kisses me. And what can the cop do? Go away, that's what the cop can do. Now, you see? Why is the woman a lover schmo? Well, I get carried away telling you about myself. I got to tell you the story. Listen. I was on this jury. A lot of times I've been called for jury duty, but I'm just like you. I always try to get out of it. With me, it might interfere with my bottle department, see? Only this time I don't put up a beat, I take it. You ever been on a jury? Well, I guess you know how it is then. Nobody pays any attention to you. You just sit there like a lug, like everybody else. You might as well be in West Overshoe, Arkansas, Arkansas, or whatever, as far as the rest of the jury is concerned. Guys hollering at witnesses and bobby sockers of all ages and sexes watching the free show and hoping to hear some dirt. I get bored. Well, I did have a hangover, so I never come to till quite a while after the trial had begun. You know how a hangover is. Yeah. So I had kind of blank spaces in what I heard, you know. First, I hear the doctor saying what it was caused this guy to croak, and it was something about traumatic synthesis of the gravities or something, and it got caused by applying a blunt instrument to the fellow's noggin kind of hard, so he had the gravities, and he's a dead pigeon. Then another fellow stomps up and down in front of the jury box, and he says he's going to prove this dame done it. He's going to, by gravy, have her hung, if only the fine jury will cooperate. And another fellow with a red mustache, he objects. And there's a copper that says, yeah, he found the guy with his noggin bent in, and yada, all over the place till my noggin hurts, and I kind of go to sleep or something. Then I am waked up like sticking a pin in me. You know, I'm telling you about this Charlie Brooks that I used to drink at his bar? Well, who is all of a sudden sitting on the witness stand but Charlie Brooks? Listen.
My name is Charles Brooks.
Your occupation, Mr. Brooks.
I am a bartender.
And a very good one, I hear.
And I pipe up and I say, he makes the best martini in town. See, I don't hold no grudges because, after all, I'm a schmo, and he should throw me out. Nobody even looks at me. The guy just goes right on.
Did you know the deceased, Mr. Brooks?
I certainly did.
I see. And what sort of man was he, Mr. Brooks?
I would say he was not a good man.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he was quarrelsome.
Quarrelsome?
When he drank. Just like me, huh, Charlie?
Did he drink at your bar often, Mr. Brooks?
He used to, but I refused to serve him for several months.
Just like me.
But he came in the night he was murdered. The night he died. He wasn't murdered.
Move to strike that last part out, Your Honor.
Strike it out.
Confine your statements to answers to my questions, please, Mr. Brooks. The jury will decide if murder has been committed or not.
Yes, sir.
Now tell me, Mr. Brooks, did you know of any quarrels this man had with his wife?
Yes, sir.
How did you know?
He told me. That was one of the reasons I told him not to come back to my bar.
I see. You said you saw him the night he died.
Yes, sir. He came in drunk and wanted to buy a drink, but I said no, and I threw him out.
Personally?
Personally, yes, sir.
It's quite impossible, isn't it, that any injuries you might have inflicted on him in throwing him out could have resulted in his death?
Would you repeat the question, please?
Let me put it this way. You don't think that you injured him badly enough to have caused his death?
Mister, I kicked him.
You didn't kick him in the head?
No, sir. I did not kick him in the head.
You would say that he was a bad, vicious, wicked man, then, Mr. Brooks?
I certainly would.
And that he gave others good cause to kill him?
I certainly do. I mean, he did.
Especially his wife?
Mister, they should give her a medal.
That will be all, Mr. Brooks.
And here comes Charlie stepping out from the witness stand and walking across the floor past the jury box right in front of me. And I grin at him and I whispered, "Hi, Charlie. How you doing?" And you know what? He don't give me a tumble. But he couldn't help hearing me, but he don't even look at me. Well, all right. Next time you see me in your bar, bud, you ain't going to see me. That's a fact. What's he think he is, a big shot because he's a witness in the court? What is this? But that ain't the only surprise I get. Charlie Brooks. There's this copper that lived next door, like I said. Dominic Gaffigan, his name is.
Your name is Dominic Gaffigan?
Yeah, it is.
And are you a police officer?
I am.
You live next door to the defendant's place of residence?
I do.
Have you ever been in the defendant's home?
I have.
On what occasion, Officer Gaffigan?
It was on March 18, 1947 at 7:45 p.m. I was attracted by the sound of an altercation.
What kind of sound, officer?
Like a man beating his wife and her whimpering like.
Go on.
Well, I put out my head from a door, and the door to the defendant's apartment was open. And I looked in. And I saw the defendant run across the room crying. And there was a rip in the waist of her dress, and she was bleeding at the nose.
And what did you do?
I entered the apartment.
Go on.
In the apartment, I saw the deceased, who was drunk at the time, and he was shouting imprecations at the defendant.
What did he say?
He cursed her.
Very well. And what did he do?
He started across the room after her.
And?
I stopped him.
How did you stop him?
I said stop.
Only that?
I put my hand against his chest like.
I see. And then what happened?
Then the defendant turned on me, and she asked me what I was doing in their apartment.
Did you answer her?
I did.
What did you say?
I said I came in to prevent murder.
And what did she say to that?
She turned on me. Said she had bumped her nose on the door. And there was going to be no murder, and I should go away.
And did you?
Well, I remonstrated with her, on the face of the evidence. But she would have none of me. And then she turned and kissed her husband and said she loved him. So I came away then.
I see. And it is still your impression that your arrival on the scene prevented murder?
It is.
You think he would have murdered her?
I do.
And have you any knowledge of other, altercations between the defendant and the deceased, Officer Gaffigan?
I have.
I stood up and I said,
Gaffigan, you know you're the biggest liar on the police force. Gaffigan, you know perfectly well that what you told that fellow was what happened at my apartment pretty near a year ago. And you're trying to hang something on some poor schmo, and you know that happened to me and Elsa. You're a stinker, Gaffigan.
Yes, sir. I think the woman would be perfectly justified in killing the man.
You see? That's a cop for you. And I hollered out again.
That Gaffigan's a liar, Judge.
But nobody even looked like they heard me. Only the guy that was doing the questioning. He turned around toward the jury a minute, and he looked at us. He looked at us so long, the judge leaned down and said,
What's the matter, Mr. Cunningham? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but every time I glance at the jury box, I get the distinct impression that there's an extra juror there. Are you sure you feel all right, Mr. Cunningham? Well, I'm sorry, sir. I've been having a little trouble with my eyes lately. Well, I'm sure you're at liberty to count the jurors, Mr. Cunningham. Thank you, Your Honor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You may proceed, Mr. Cunningham.
The guy walked away, but he still looked kind of puzzled. I looked at the other jurors, and every one of them was doing what he'd done. Counting. I watched them, and they all turned back to the courtroom. They were satisfied there was only 12. I couldn't help counting, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's right. 12. But I didn't count myself. I'm 13th. I make the baker's dozen. I yelled at the DA. Hey! There is 13 of us here. Hey! He makes like I'm not there. He don't even look over his shoulder at me. I yell again. Hey! But he's talking to a woman on the witness stand.
Will you state your name?
Mrs. Elsa Bronson.
My eyes pop out. I stand up.
Hey, that's my wife. What are you doing here, Elsa? And your place of residence?
1313 North Court Street.
Now, Mrs. Bronson, Will you please tell the jury exactly what happened on the evening of January 13th?
I was alone in the apartment.
Speak up, please, Mrs. Bronson.
I was alone in the apartment. My husband often came home late, so I was not alarmed when it became 7 o'clock and then 8 o'clock.
What were you doing, Mrs. Bronson?
I was ironing.
Ironing what?
My husband's shirt.
I see. Go on.
When it became 9 o'clock, I became a little bit alarmed.
Why?
Because...
Was it because you were sure your husband was drunk somewhere?
My husband does not drink so much.
Was it because you were afraid that he would come home drunk and beat you up?
No.
Mrs. Bronson, your husband had beaten you up before, hadn't he?
No.
You heard what Officer Gaffigan said, didn't you?
I told him the truth. I did strike my nose on the door.
You didn't strike it on your husband's fist?
No.
He has never struck you?
Never.
Mrs. Bronson, did you hate your husband?
I loved my husband, sir.
Even when he beat you?
He did not beat me. I loved him and he loved me.
I couldn't stand it any longer. I jumped up again. I said, "Listen, you, what's this here all about? What are you doing with my wife? Elsa, what are they doing to you?"
I loved my husband.
Elsa, I love you.
Well, if you loved him so much, why did you kill him?
What the devil are you talking about? What is this stuff? Listen to me. I'm talking to you. You hear me?
I love him.
Sure, she loves me and I love her. Furthermore, I'm not going to let you make a fool of her anymore. You hear me?
You loved him, so you killed him.
What are you talking about? And then I got the big idea. Then I all of a sudden knew why the guy thought there was 13 of us in the jury box. And why there was. I could see it. I heard of things like that, but I didn't believe in ghost stories or whatever they are. Only I knew something now. You know what I knew. Sure. I was dead. I was a ghost. I was sitting on the jury while they was trying my wife for murdering me. Couldn't be anything else, could it? I was dead. They said I was dead. They said Elsa murdered me.
You murdered your husband, Mrs. Bronson.
I was ironing. I was so tired. I was so afraid.
Afraid of him?
Yes. I was afraid of him.
He did beat you then.
Why should I lie? Believe me. He was a good husband to me sometimes. It was only when I had the drink that he was bad. We had such a long time together when we were happy always. And then, once he had struck me, it was perhaps easier for him the next time. He was not himself when he drank, you know. He was not. I forgave him each time. He cried with me so many times afterwards. What could I do but forgive him? I loved him.
Yes, Elsa. I guess a dead guy can say his say. Even if nobody can hear him. I know you loved me. And I loved you. Always. I don't know how this happened, Elsa. But whatever it was, I had it coming, didn't I? I asked for it. Nobody in the world would ever believe that I loved you. Nobody but you. I don't know what they'll do to you, Elsa. But I wish I could take the rap for you. It isn't enough. Just being dead.
And it was 9 o'clock and then 10 o'clock. And I was so tired. And so I went and made myself a bite to eat alone. And then I came back to the ironing. I'm afraid I'm slow at my work, but I'm very careful.
And you were ironing when he came in?
Yes. Yes, I was ironing. The door opened, and I saw at once that he had been drinking. He walked across the room to me, and he stood there and smiled at me the way he always smiled when he was angry. And he said, "What are you doing, Elsa? Ironing?" And I said, "Yes." He pushed the
she looked at each one of the other 12 people. The man that said he was a bookbinder, and the young salesman, the girl with the red feather in her hat, and all the rest of them. And when she had looked at each one of them, she looked at me. And she saw me. I know she saw me.
Come, Irving. Come home with me.
I got up from my chair, and I went out the little gate in the jury box, and I walked along with her. And we went through the little fence in front and down the aisle, and Charlie Brooks got up and walked down one side of her, and Dominic Gaffigan, the policeman, he got up and walked down the other side of her, and we walked out. And there was another policeman with us, and I was walking behind them. And when we got out of the courtroom, it was all dark out there, and I felt awful. And I just got one glimpse of her as she turned her head over her shoulder. And I was walking in the dark for a long, long time. And I didn't know where I was, and then all of a sudden it was awful bright. And I felt somebody kick at me. And there was Charlie Brooks.
And if you ever come back in this place again, drunk or sober, I'll beat your brains out. You hear me?
And the door closed behind him. And I was in the snow. And my head hurt worse than ever. I get up. And I walk in the snow. I stagger. I stagger a long, long way in the snow. I'm going home. That's where I'm going home. This is the house. This is the stairway. And this is the door. So, that's Elsa standing there alongside the ironing board. Hey, I'm not dead. What you doing, Elsa? Ironing?
Listen to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Irving, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Elsa was Lotta Stavisky. The district attorney was Jim Bowles. Gaffigan was played by Ed Latimer. Charlie Brooks was Murray Forbes, and the judge was Harry Worth. The original music for Quiet, Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet, Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
I've got a story for you next week called The Green Light.
So until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Following station identification, you'll hear And Now.
Good evening.
Would it bore you to hear a tale of tragic murder? Are you unwilling to sit through the telling of a strange and horrible story? The brief narrative of a man caught in a web of evil? You're not? Then, my friends, keep right on listening to the Mystery Playhouse. Humor, I've heard it said many times, is of real benefit to him who possesses one. This particular sense has come to be so generally admired that it has attained the stature of a first-class virtue. Well, the fellow whom you're about to meet, while hardly falling into the virtuous category, he does have a sense of humor. Things like murder or hate and madness, or someone telling him his mother just died, practically rose him in the aisles. He loves a good, ghoulish joke, and he loves to tell them, too. He's about to start one now. So follow me, please, to the inner sanctum and your host, Raymond.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. Now come in, won't you? This is your host, Raymond, again, disturbing the peace. Say, have you ever had the screaming meanies? Did you ever get an attack of the yelling and wailing jitters? You walk in your sleep? Do you ever wake in the middle of the night shrieking at the top of your lungs? Oh, you do? Well, you must be an awfully hard person to live with. Well, friends, it's time for our story to begin. From this point on, forget everything pleasant. Get a finger ready to chew on, turn the lights down low, and listen to Peter Lorre tell you the blood-curdling tale, Death is a Joker. Come with me to the criminal court building. A tense hush falls upon the spectators as Charles Luther takes the stand.
Gentlemen of the jury, I'm accused of murder. I'm an actor, a comedian. Look at my face. Ugly, huh? Yes, so ugly that whoever looks at it laughs. I'm not telling you this to win sympathy for myself. I tell you this because it is important to your understanding the strange events that brought me to this courtroom today to plead for my life. Shortly before midnight of November 28th, I went to the apartment of my friend Robert Langwell, the famous actor and laughing guy.
So, well, this is a surprise. Come in.
Thank you.
Would you like a drink?
No, don't bother. I don't want anything.
No? Well, here, may I take your thing? Oh, excuse me. George. Oh, George. Yes, I have the money for you. You'll be up? When? 20 minutes? Yes. Right. George Gelvin. You know him, Charles?
Yes.
Rotten actor. An excellent poker player.
So I've heard. Robert, before leaving the theater tonight, someone told me that you and Julie Winthrop are going to be married. Is it true?
Yes, we'll be married in 2 weeks, right after my wife gets a decree in Reno.
You must not marry Julie.
Not marry Julie? Well, who are you to tell me what I can do?
I know Julie well, and I also know you. That's why you must not marry her.
Charles, it might be better for you to mind your own business. Julie and I are in love with each other.
No, you're not. She's fascinated by your good looks. She's impressed by your fame, but she does not love you.
Now, look here. We may be old friends, but I've stood all I'm going to. Wait a moment. I get it now. You're in love with her yourself.
I'm in love with Julie.
No, we are just friends.
Friends? You're madly in love with her. That's why you came here tonight, isn't it?
No.
Friends.
Stop your laughing.
You in love with a girl like Julie.
Why should my love make you laugh?
Oh, so you admit it, huh?
All right, I do. Why is it so funny?
Do you think she'd have you? You, a clown, ugly, clumsy. You in love with Julie?
And why not? Why not?
You!
Stop your laughing. Stop it.
Can I? Look at yourself. Charles, let go of me.
No.
You're choking. Let go.
A joke, huh?
Charles.
A joke. Laugh. Go ahead. Laugh now. Laugh. Robert. Robert. I didn't mean it. Robert. Lord, what have I done? I rushed out of his apartment, trembling. I turned my coat collar up to hide my face. The streets were crowded with people coming from the late movies and restaurants. I tried to make myself act naturally, but it was impossible. Everyone I saw, every pale eye that looked at me, seemed to accuse me of my crime. I stopped, waited for the light to change.
Paper, mister. Morning paper. Read about the Reynolds execution.
Yeah, let me have one.
There you are.
I didn't know Reynolds was to be executed tonight.
Yeah, they burned him. Well, he deserved it. Murdering his friend like he did. Oh, wait a minute, mister. You forgot your change.
Oh, never mind. I went to my apartment and I looked at the newspaper I had bought. There was a photograph of Reynolds on the first page. In his face, I saw my future. The shattered hopes, the torture of the trial, the horrible, nerve-wracking experience of waiting for death. I flung the paper away. I went to the window. I opened it. I looked down 17 floors to the ground. How tiny people look. The automobile lights moved like so many fireflies. I climbed out on the edge. I braced my arms. Took a deep breath. One last look. I closed my eyes and... Doorbell rang. I hesitated a moment. I decided to answer it. I closed the window, went to the door.
Hello, Charles.
Julie.
Why did you rush away from the theater tonight? I was anxious to talk to you.
Talk to me about what?
I need your advice, Charles.
What's wrong?
Well, it's Robert.
What happened?
Well, nothing happened. It's just that I'm not sure I love him.
I'm not sure.
Yes, when I'm with him, everything seems all right. He's handsome and charming, but when I'm alone, I begin to wonder and to doubt.
Why?
Can't you guess why?
Yes. You love someone else?
Yes.
Oh, who is it?
You.
Me?
Yes, that's what I came here to tell you. That's why I don't want to marry him. Yes, I would have told you before, but I was so afraid of making a fool of myself. You didn't seem to care.
I didn't care. Julie, this is crazy. I loved you from the moment I saw you.
You loved me?
Yes.
But, darling, why didn't you tell me?
I tell you. How could I? You're so young, so beautiful. And I, look at me. Ugly, clumsy. How could I speak to you?
Words without words. How you look means nothing to me.
Nothing?
Of course not, darling. How lucky we are we found out in time.
In time? In time?
Oh, merciful heavens. What a joke. What a joke.
Charles, what's wrong? There's tears streaming down your face. Charles, you're hysterical. Now stop it. Stop it!
Julia, something you must know.
Yes, sir.
Tonight I committed a murder.
Murder? What are you talking about?
I killed Robert.
Killed Robert? Out of your mind. You don't know what you're saying.
But it is true. I went to his apartment and we quarreled and I killed him.
Oh, no.
You told me a moment ago that you loved me. You still love me?
Yes, Charles.
Then tell me what to do, Julie. Help me. I can't think. I don't know where to turn, but what can I do, Julie? What can I do?
Pull yourself together, Charles. This may not be as hopeless as you think.
Why?
Was Robert alone in the apartment when you called?
Yes.
Were you seen entering or leaving?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, his apartment is on the second floor. I walked up and down.
What time did you get there?
Shortly before midnight.
And what did you do before that?
Went to a movie.
Movie? How long did you stay there?
Oh, only about 20 minutes.
Do you have the ticket stub?
Huh? Yes, here it is.
Charles, do you realize what this means? They may never find out about you.
Never find out?
That's right. They won't suspect you since they can't know your motive. No one saw you enter or leave, and you have an excellent alibi.
Motive? Alibi, Julie? Do you realize what they're doing? They're talking of this as if you planned this crime, as though we were criminals. But I committed a crime, yes, but I'm no criminal. I didn't mean to do it.
I know, darling, I know. You must think of your own life now. And mine.
Yes, Julia. Oh, I see what you mean. I'm not a criminal, but I must play the role of a criminal now. A subtle, clever criminal who is cunning enough to escape punishment. Can I do it? Can I do it, Julia?
Charles, listen to me. We must find out how much the police know. If it's hopeless and they have found out about you, then it would be best to give yourself up. But let's not make any decisions until we know.
How can we know?
Did Robert expect anyone tonight?
Yes, George Galvin phoned when I was there. He said he'd be up in about 20 minutes.
Then the body must have been discovered by now.
Yes, I'm sure the police must be there by this time.
I think that I'll go to Robert's apartment.
No, Julie, no. I didn't want you to become involved.
I'm already involved. If it weren't for me, this horrible thing would never have happened. The least I can do is to help you now.
But Julia.
Promise me you will not leave this apartment, Charles.
All right.
I won't be long.
Julie.
Yes.
If something happens, if something goes wrong and you're separated before you return, I want you to know that I don't know what to say, Julie.
You don't have to say it, darling. I know what you mean. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Criminal. I have to think like one, to act like one, have to be one. What question would they ask?
Where were you at 12 o'clock midnight of November 28th?
I was in a movie. Here's the stub. No, they can see immediately that I'm lying. My voice must not tremble. I shouldn't be so quick with the answer.
Where were you at 12 midnight of November 28th?
Where was I? Let me see. Well, I left the theater and I went to a movie. It was a very amusing picture. Very amusing.
Can you prove what you say?
Prove? Well, I don't know. It would be difficult. Well, now you have the ticket stuff somewhere. Yes, here. Let me show it to you. Here it is.
Did you ever quarrel with Robert Langwell?
Quarrel? We were friends. We played in many shows together. We were on the best of terms.
That's all, Mr. Luther. You may leave now.
Yes, I can plead. It is possible. I can escape punishment. Police? Can it be the police? Maybe it is Julie.
Good evening, Charles.
George Gill.
I know it's rather late for an unexpected visit.
Yes, it is.
But this is important, Charles. A matter of life and death, you might say.
What do you mean?
Have you a cigarette?
Huh? Yes, here.
Thanks. What's the matter, Charles? Your hand's trembling.
It's nothing.
You don't seem to be your usual self this evening. No quips, no jokes. What's wrong?
I don't always feel like joking.
Yes, Charles. It's strange about human nature, isn't it? Who would have ever dreamed that tonight, a few minutes before midnight, you entered Robert Langwell's apartment, quarreled with him over Julie, and choked him to death?
What are you talking about?
You're an excellent actor, Charles. But you're wasting your talents on me. Save them for the footlights. Or the police.
Police? Will you please tell me what all this is about?
Still acting, huh? Now, look, Charles. You killed Robert shortly before midnight tonight.
You are mistaken. I was in a movie at that time.
So that's your alibi. Very clever. No, Charles. Either we discuss terms now, or I go to the police.
Wait. How did you find out?
That is my secret.
What do you want?
Money. All you have on hand. All you can dig up.
All right. Come with me. I have some money in the bedroom.
All right. Just a moment.
What is business?
Yes.
Why?
I'm taking no chances. Let's go.
All right.
Well, where's the money? Charles, stand back or I'll fire. Stand back.
No. Let go of my hand. Let go. I'll twist it. I'll twist it till that gun points to your head. Charles, let go of my hand. You don't know what you're doing. Come on. Fire. The bullet will enter your brain. Fire. Charles. Fire. Charles, don't. I'll make you fire. I'll squeeze your fingers. Charles, let go. Come on. This is all a joke. I'll make you. Stop it. Charles. Just a second. Just a second.
Charles. Darling, there's nothing more to worry about. Everything's all right now. We can be married and go on living and never fear anything.
What makes you say that?
Darling, you didn't commit a crime at all.
What do you mean?
Robert's alive.
Alive?
Yes, he's downstairs now paying the taxi.
Robert is alive?
Yes. I spoke to him about the marriage, and he was wonderful about the whole thing. Darling, aren't you happy? Our worries are all over. You can smile and be gay. That must be Robert now.
Hello, Charles.
Robert. I thought you were...
Well, I'm not.
But how did you...
see, I fainted. George Gelvin came in and brought me to.
George Gelvin. Did you tell George Gelvin what happened?
Yes, I did. Look here, Charles. As I told Julie, I'm willing to forget the whole thing if you are.
Forget? Forget?
Yes. It might have ended tragically, you know, but thinking it over, I realized I'm as much to blame as you are. So if you're willing to shake hands.
Shake hands?
There now, darling. There's nothing more to worry about. I feel so happy I could... Charles, what's the matter with you?
It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. Gentlemen of the jury, I became a criminal all because I thought I had committed a crime and I had to think like a criminal. My motives were those of all men. I wanted happiness and in marriage to the woman I loved.
What would you have done in my place? And I still think I know that guy. I wish I could place him. Well, it must be wonderful to have a sense of humor, but I don't think Charlie feels much like laughing. Do you? We'll pay a return visit to the inner sanctum and its fun-loving host Raymond soon, but don't go, please. Not until we drop in at the green room, where the players are rehearsing our next performance in a mystery playhouse. Come with me, please. Come.
Change the dressings at midnight and again in the morning, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, Doctor, what did you find? Will I be blind? Is it very bad?
Now, take it easy, Mr. Denton. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
You're sure? You aren't just saying that.
I'm quite sure.
Valerie, did you hear that? I'm not going to be blind. Valerie, where are you?
Right here, darling.
Did you hear? I won't be blind. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, darling, it's marvelous.
You don't sound very excited. Valerie, don't you realize I'm going to see again?
She doesn't sound excited because I don't want you to be excited, Mr. Denton. You've got to relax. Try to sleep.
Sleep? With this ungodly pain? My eyes feel as though they were on fire.
That will stop as soon as the opiate I gave you takes hold. You'll be comfortable, I'm sure. Now, good night.
You're going now, Doctor?
Yes, I'll look in on your husband in the morning.
Stephen.
Yes, Valerie?
Do you mind if I step out into the corridor for a moment?
But you promised not to leave me. I'm afraid, Valerie. Everything's so dark.
The nurse will be here, dear, if you want anything. I just want to ask Dr. Wade some questions.
Questions? But he's already told us.
Yes, Stephen, I know. But I'd like to find out about the treatment and how I'm to take care of you when we get you home, you know. Just little things.
All right. But hurry back. I want you near me.
I will, dear.
Good night, Mr. Denton.
Good night, Doctor. And thank you.
You're quite welcome. After you, Mrs. Denton.
Thank you.
I suggest we step into the consultation room across the hall. You'll have more privacy.
All right.
Here we are.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a long time, Valerie.
Yes, Paul, it has.
Almost 10 years, isn't it?
About that.
Strange that you should have called me, of all people, to treat your husband's eyes.
Oh, I was panicky, Paul. I didn't know what to do. It all happened so suddenly. Stephen was working in his laboratory at the house when suddenly I heard a violent explosion. I ran in and found him clutching his eyes and screaming, "I'm blind." First thing I thought of was an ambulance. Then you...
Why didn't you think of me 10 years ago?
It's not fair, Paul.
Was it fair to turn your back on me and then to marry a man almost twice your age?
Paul, please, why bring up ancient history?
It isn't ancient history to me. I've never forgotten you.
Paul, about Stephen's eyes.
What about them?
I have a feeling that you weren't telling him the truth.
You're right.
Oh, you mean he's not going to regain his sight? He's going to be blind? Oh, Paul.
You don't expect me to be terribly concerned, do you, Valerie? After all, he did take you away from me.
Don't be vindictive, Paul. It wasn't Stephen's fault. He didn't even know of your existence.
And you never told him that we were on the point of being married?
No, never.
It's rather ironic that we should meet again at the bedside of my rival, your husband. A man who may forever walk in darkness.
Don't say that, Paul. It's horrible.
But unfortunately true. A moment ago, you told me not to be vindictive. I'm not, really.
But if I were, I could have my fill of vengeance if I told him about us. And then told him that he'll be blind forever.
You wouldn't, Paul.
Or I might take another form of revenge. I could tell you that an operation is called for. A very delicate operation.
Are you trying to say that there might be a chance?
Yes. But supposing I refuse to perform the operation...
Paul, you're joking. You can't mean that.
Perhaps not. But you call me vindictive. Suppose I operate and my scalpel slips. What if he dies?
That would be murder. You're not a murderer, Paul. You wouldn't risk your professional reputation. Why must you torment me this way?
You really love him, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Then forget the things that I've been saying. I want you to think of me as a friend. I want you to trust me.
I do trust you, Paul.
Thank you. Now as to the possibility of surgery. Here is the situation. The transparent film over your husband's eyes, the corneas, were burned and torn by the explosion. They've been so damaged that blindness will result, even though the eyes heal.
But you think an operation would cure that?
Possibly, although it's a very delicate job. The injured cornea must be peeled away and replaced by a fresh, healthy one.
Where can you get healthy corneas?
From the eyes of the dead.
Oh.
It isn't quite as horrible as it sounds, Valerie. Dying people often will their eyes for just this purpose. We maintain what we call a corneal bank. It's much the same as a blood bank, only but this is different. Corneal tissue can't be stored more than 48 hours. It must be fresh, or it's no good.
You have some available in the bank?
No, that's the trouble. I'm afraid we haven't.
But there's got to be some, Paul.
I don't know where, Valerie. Unless...
Unless what?
I was just thinking. Last night, one of the interns asked me to look at a charity case that puzzled him. The patient is a Hindu or a Persian named Chandra. He lives in a dirty little shack near the waterfront.
Yes, Paul.
I stopped by and examined him. I found him in curable condition. There's no way to save him. He won't live more than a day or two. But his eyes are healthy.
You mean you think he might...
I don't know. You have to have his consent, of course.
Take me to him, Paul. I'm sure I can make him understand.
Oh, it may not be so easy, Valerie. He's a strange person. A mystic and a spiritualist.
Let me try. Just take me to him.
All right. We can go there now.
Doesn't the doctor sound familiar to you? Huh? That's right. It's Boris Karloff, up to his old tricks. I think it might amuse you to be on hand for our next performance, when we present Mr. Karloff and Creeps by Night. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns escape. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Idol of Cruac.
Cruac, a huge golden idol surrounded with a council of 12. Cruac, to whom human sacrifice was made. Cruac, a name stretching back into the misty and half-forgotten years of the past, back to the time of the Druids, Caesar, and the Roman invasion of England, back in time where history becomes vague and guesses. Yet, through those years, from the mists of ancient remembrance to the modern world of today, there echoes the name of Cruac. I'd gone up with Matt and Susan Stevens to the hunting and fishing lodge they had in the Appalachians. It was the end of April, and we went to straighten up the lodge, lay in a supply of provisions for the coming spring and summer. The second night we were there, one of those sudden spring storms.
I'm glad we're inside. It's been caught out there in that storm.
More coffee, Mo?
Oh, I had 4 cups already. When you get married, you'll be a lucky man, Jack. Isn't every woman that can brew coffee the way my sister can.
I realize that.
What about you, Jack? Any more coffee?
No. But I heard something.
Like what?
I don't know.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, it must have been the wind.
It won't be long before the fishing season opens. I can hardly wait to get up here with my rod and reel.
We laid in a fairly large supply of food. The only things we'll need to pick up are eggs and bread and...
Listen.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Someone's calling for help. Come on. We'll slip our slickers on.
Yeah. You better keep the coffee hot, Sue. We may be bringing someone back with us.
All right.
All right, let's go.
Right.
Oh, it's a rotten night. I wonder who that is out there.
There's someone who got lost.
We'd better call to him. Maybe he can hear us. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello out there. Where are you? Let's try it together.
All right.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Listen.
I can't tell a thing with this storm. Where are you? By the lake. Could ask which one, but I'm afraid he wouldn't understand. Let's try our lake.
Right.
We're coming for you. I don't mind looking for someone who's lost. He just wouldn't get themselves lost on a rainy night.
I hope he's just lost.
What do you mean?
But I hope it's nothing more than that.
Oh, it won't be. Try calling him again.
All right.
Hello? Must be right up ahead.
He must be pretty close.
Hey, look down there. Someone lying on the ground. Oh, when the lightning flashes.
So did I. Come on.
Yeah. Watch your step. Don't worry. There he is. Are you all right? What's the matter? Why doesn't he answer?
Can't. I just felt his pulse. He's dead. Decided to carry him back to the cabin. He's pretty heavy and pouring rain made it extremely difficult to keep our footing as we struggled up against the storm. He actually hadn't been far away than 1,000 feet, but it took us almost half an hour to get him back up the slope to the lodge.
Open up, Sue!
Oh, you found him.
Yeah, that's right. We'd better set him down on the cot in my room. Right.
But what's the matter with him?
All right. Set him down. Okay.
Did he pass out?
No.
Well, then,
He's dead.
what are you going to do with him?
Just a minute. Look at the clothes he's wearing.
Oh, I don't see. Looks like he was going to a costume ball. Looks like he came over on the Mayflower. The clothes he's wearing went out of style hundreds of years ago.
But what would a man be doing out in a storm in clothes like those?
I don't know.
Oh, what was that?
He had something in his hand. Looks like it was a statue of some kind. Look at it.
It's hollow. There's a piece of paper inside. Wait a minute, let's see what it says.
What does it say, Jack?
It's a map of some kind.
There's a line drawn on it. And it's right here.
Look, that little irregular circle down there, that looks like Mirror Lake, where we found it.
It's not called Mirror Lake in this map. It says Old Beltane. It's written in Old English.
Old English?
That's right. Ever read the Canterbury Tales? Notice the spelling on this map. It's the same.
Well, you're right.
Trail on the map must have been following it. If that's Mirror Lake, then he came over the mountains right here.
Yeah, but there's no path through the mountains at that point.
This map says there is. He was following it. You know, we'd better follow the trail on the map. We should people let them know what happened. They can come back and get him.
It doesn't seem to be too far.
I don't think it is. What about it?
I guess we might as well.
Soon?
I guess so.
We'll leave him here, and we can bring them back, and they can take him back with them.
What was that?
I don't know.
Hey, something's opened the door.
What's the matter?
Oh, look! Out there by the trees. An old woman. Clothed all in black.
From the golden age of radio theater, you're listening to The Hall of Fantasy. We'll continue in just a moment.
The Arriva Rainbow Showroom presents the hilarious comedy of Pat Cooper on Friday, September 13th. Truly one of the finest comedians of our time. You're guaranteed to laugh from the beginning of this show to the end. Pasquale Caputo, known as Pat Cooper, was a favorite opening act for Frank Sinatra in Las Vegas and concert halls all across the country. Now he performs regularly in Atlantic City and Las Vegas to sold-out audiences as well as major theaters. In the past year, Pat has appeared on top television shows including Seinfeld, Letterman, Regis and Kathy Lee, Howard Stern, and many more. Pat Cooper's long-awaited return to Arriva will bring people from everywhere to see it, so don't miss this show. Enjoy all the great dinner shows coming to Arriva. L'Oreal, Pat Cooper, Sam Butera, the Stan Kenton Tribute, Dick Contino, the Gaylords, and Soupy Sales, too. Seating is limited. Call Arriva at 810-573-8100 for reservations. Arriva, located on 12 Mile Road west of Van Dyke. When you open a window, it should stay open. And when your windows are closed, you shouldn't feel a draft. If your windows leak, stick, or just look bad, it's time to replace them. Time to call Century 21 Home Improvements at 1-800-633-2222. Call now and save 10%, up to $750 on premium custom fit windows. That's Century 21 Home Improvements, America's most experienced home improvements business. For replacement windows, they will always open and easy to clean with a custom fit that means no more drafts. Call 1-800-633-2222 for a free in-home estimate. Call now and you'll save 10%, up to $750. Not available in all areas. The offer ends September 30th. Sold, furnished, and installed by American Remodeling Incorporated, an independently owned and operated contractor. Not valid on prior sales or with any other offer. Need new windows? Call Century 21 Home Improvements now at 1-800-633-2222. That number again is 1-800-633-2222. U.S. offer only.
And now back to the Hall of Fantasy.
The dead man we had brought back to the cabin with us had held a small statuette in his hand. It had fallen to the floor, and inside it we found a strange map with a trail outlined on it. We decided to follow that trail to reach his people and let them know what had happened to them. Suddenly the door had thrown open and Susan screamed.
An old woman, and she's pointing at us.
I don't see anything, Sue.
So do I.
I'm sure I've seen something.
Close the door, Jack.
Right.
Now, there's nothing out there, Sue. Nothing at all.
Maybe not, but what about that strange wailing cry we heard?
I'll admit I heard something, but what it was, I don't know.
Probably an animal frightened of the storm.
I'm not so sure.
Don't worry about it, Sue. Well, we might as well turn in now if we're going to hit the trail early tomorrow.
We turned in for the night. Several times as I lay there in my cot, I thought I heard a strange wailing cry. But I put that down to my imagination. And for some reason, I was afraid. I fell off to sleep about 1 o'clock. Sometime during the night, the skies cleared and the storm was over. We got up at 6, and by 7 o'clock, we'd scudded out on the trail. For a while, it was easy going, but about 9 in the morning, we hit a stretch that was very difficult for us to follow. Be very careful. One misstep, and that'll be the last one you take.
We're up pretty high. I've never been up
here before. Have you, Matt?
No. I don't think anyone has.
Why did you both bring guns?
Can't tell what we might meet up here. The map's been pretty accurate, Jack. Every lake, every stream, even where the trail gets rough.
That's right. The Twin Peaks are right in front of us.
Yes, but I can't see any way to get through.
According to the map, there's a narrow passage between the peaks.
Oh, I hope it's right.
It's been right so far. Watch your step.
Don't worry. I will.
In a short while, we came to a clearly defined trail. The terrain over which we've just passed seemed almost a barrier so that no one could get in or out except with great danger. We came at last to a solid wall of rock 1,000 feet above us towered the Twin Peaks.
I don't see any way of going any farther.
Nothing but solid rock up ahead. Wait a minute.
What do you see?
Come on. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think I see an opening.
Matt, you were right. There is an opening just large enough for a man to walk through.
According to the map, the trail ends behind those peaks.
I wonder what we'll find there.
Well, no, but we won't find anything unless we start through. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, I can't hear myself think.
That's because the wind's rushing through here.
You two had better concentrate on getting through. It gets narrower up ahead.
Passage between the rocks twisted and turned. Some places so narrow that we had to lift our feet so through. Several times we thought we'd have to turn back. The obstacle was overcome and we pushed ahead. With the wind always howling about us.
Look! It's widening.
Just another few feet to go.
There's the end of it. Come on.
I hope we find his relatives. It's going to be hard to get back.
Look.
Oh, a hidden valley. Surrounded on all sides by the mountains.
Trail we followed must be the only way in.
Well, I see some houses down there.
Matt, look at them again.
Why?
You don't build houses like that nowadays. I almost think I was in old England.
Look.
Where?
Oh, there. That man is coming, and he's dressed just like the other one was.
He seems friendly.
From where has he come? From outside?
From the other side of the peaks.
Of a truth, he come from the outside, then. How did he find this place?
We had a map. One of your people, we found him last night during the storm. He was dead.
He did not have to come to tell us. Cruac did.
Cruac?
Aye. Come, I shall take you to him.
The man led us down the slope onto the valley floor. We followed him, and he seemed friendly enough, talking always in that queer, antiquated way of his. I noticed as we walked that others followed us. They said nothing, trailing us silently, and I got the crazy idea that we were prisoners. He led us away from the houses into an area thick with oak trees, finally taking us into a clearing surrounded completely by those giant oaks.
Look there.
Yes, I see them.
13 giant statues, just like the small one the dead man had in his hand. 12 stone, and the one in the center is gold.
Why don't these people say something? They just stand there and watching.
That statue in the center, the gold one, it almost seems to be alive. It seems like it's watching us.
That's what I think, too.
Listen.
It's a drum of some kind.
Who are these people? The clothes they wear. I've seen costume movies and plays where they wore clothes like that, but no one wears clothes like that now.
Druid.
What was that?
Of course. Druids. Don't you remember your history, Matt? You should have known.
No, what?
Listen. You saw the oak tree surrounding this place. And you can see the 12 statues and the gold one in the center. That's the Council of 12, and the gold statue is Cromm. We've stumbled on something out of the pages of history.
True. I've heard that before.
Of course you have. Caesar's legions found them when they first invaded England. The worship of Cromm was forbidden, just as the worship of Sybil, the Magna Mater, was forbidden. The Druidic priest kept the belief alive. And then in 1641, all traces of the Druids disappeared from England.
Well, what happened to them?
Well, according to the evidence, an unknown ship left England in May of that year. It was ostensibly bound for the same area where the Mayflower colonists landed. But it never reached here. Or so they thought. But they must have reached here, found this hidden valley, and kept their people and beliefs alive. These must be their descendants. What's the date?
The date? 1st of May.
The day they sacrificed offerings to Cromm.
What?
That's right. Some parts of Ireland, the Scottish Highlands, and in Britain, the day is still celebrated. Not with human sacrifices, it used to be, but with token sacrifices.
Human sacrifice?
That's right.
Wait a minute. Look.
There's a man in a white robe.
He's raising his arm.
Cromm has returned for someone but we. This fight will take time. Then we shall offer not one, but three to the idol of Cromm.
What does he mean? Offer three?
Tonight they intend to sacrifice us. To offer us a sacrifice to Cruac. From the golden age of radio theater, you're listening to the Hall of Fantasy. We'll continue in just a moment.
If one thing's got you blue, you need Tidy Police.
Barbecue is what I like. Barbecues all around the side. 1 rib, 2 ribs, 3 ribs, 5. Baked fruit punch, blueberry pie. 1 thing, 2 things, 3 no less. My favorite church, a big old mess. Rest and soak and scream about it. Don't know how to get the place out. My church a mess, don't know what to do. War days got me feeling blue.
Tidy Police Ultra 2 has a unique activated bleaching system that removes many tough stains better than other leading regular detergents. Plus, Tidy Police Ultra 2 helps keep colors bright.
Don't let the water stay blue, make you run and hide. Got to be clean, got to be tidy.
Use Tidy Bleach and wash away the wash day blue.
And now back to the Hall of Fantasy.
We'd followed the trail on the map and had come through a narrow pass between the mountains to discover a valley hidden from the world for over 350 years. A valley where modern civilization had not made any inroads. A people who held to the customs and strange beliefs of their forebears. Now we stood before the shrine of the Druids, before the stone council of 12, and the grinning golden idol of Cruac.
What does he mean? Offer three?
Tonight they intend to sacrifice us. To offer us a sacrifice to the idol of Cromm.
Are you serious?
Of course I am.
What are we going to do?
We have our guns.
We wouldn't stand a chance with them right now. Too many people here. We'll have to wait till later when so many of them aren't around. Then we can make our move.
But what are they going to do with us now?
Now, let's wait and see.
Are they through chatting?
Yes, and their leader is coming toward us.
Yes, David.
We found one of your people outside beyond the mountains. We wanted to tell you that he was dead.
The hag of Beltane followed him. The spectral woman clothed in the garb of black. She rode upon his shoulders and sucked him down.
The old woman I saw last night, remember?
Your eyes perceived the hag of Beltane.
I saw someone last night, an old woman.
And did she hear a wailing sound?
Yes, we did.
Then she has served Cromm well. For she destroyed a traitor who was afraid to feed the hunger of Cromm. And she sent back 3 to take his place. Cromm will be joyful tonight.
What do you mean by that?
Surely you must know that he has been chosen to be sacrificed to Cromm. And before the Council of 12. He should be happy, strangers. Tonight, when the moon is full and high in the sky of Beltane, then shall ye meet Cromm and satisfy his hunger with your blood.
The leader raised his arm, and in an instant we were surrounded by these strange people. They led us to a structure directly behind the golden idol of Cromm. It was surrounded by a half-circle of trees, giant oaks. A half-circle such as the 12 stone idols made, fanning out on either side of Cromm. They secured the doors and put a guard outside, lest we should try to escape.
What are we going to do?
There's nothing we can do right now. We'll have to wait.
We still have our guns and ammunition.
How much ammunition did you bring?
A couple of boxes. You?
About the same.
Jack, how much do you know about the Druids?
Just a little.
What about the ceremonial sacrifice?
What are they? They built a fire tonight, a colossal fire. They call it the Beltane fire.
Then what happens?
They expect us to run through it. The sacrificial altars on the other side, just before the golden idol of Cromm. They think the fire purifies us, makes us fit to be sacrificed to Cromm.
How horrible.
Our only chance is in trying to escape.
Yes, but how?
Fire. The Beltane fire.
What?
What?
I have an idea that they let us escape. At any rate, it's worth trying. If it works, we'll live. If it doesn't, it won't make any difference to us after we're dead. I outlined my plan to Matt and Susan. They wouldn't make any move to escape until we stood before the Beltane fire. Then we'd make the move and hope that we succeeded. They kept us there without any food or water. As the sun settled down behind the western peaks and the darkening blue filtered through the sky, there was a great deal of activity outside. As the evening arrived, the drums began. They'll be coming for us soon now. Here, hold these in your hand.
Oh, I hope this works.
I smell smoke.
It kindled the fire, man.
Hey, don't fight them.
We're ready.
Come on.
Take them to the Beltane fire!
Look, a gigantic bonfire.
Why, the flames must be 100 feet high. Don't forget what you have to do. Right.
The faces on those idols almost seem to be alive.
Especially the gold.
And that's so strange.
Alive, for that matter.
Out there! And the lady is on the fire! We stand before you, Cromm, with not one offering, but three. We know that you will fire upon us, Cromm, or we shall walk through the Beltane fire, to the altar of sacrifice.
All right, throw the bullets into the fire now.
Why don't they go off?
Time for them to heat up.
They're all going to go off in a second. Make a run for it.
All right. I didn't think we'd ever make it.
Well, I didn't think they would either.
I'll never appreciate anything the way I appreciate this hunting lodge. But I'm going to stop. I don't want to be anywhere near what I saw today.
Strange, isn't it? Well, they're 2,000 years old, and older, undoubtedly. The belief of the Druids and the magical properties of the oak tree, and the strange ceremony of the Beltane fire. Still believed in many parts of the world. The ceremony's been changed, of course, but they still make offerings to Cromm.
Cromm shall exist as long as those who believe in him shall exist. Looking then into the shadows, what seems there? Is the idol of Cromm.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Leon Janney and Marilyn Erskine, in The Big Brain.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Big Brain. My story begins in one of the manufacturing plants of the Worldwide Business Machines Corporation. In one wing of the plant is housed the huge laboratories of the company, where newly designed and experimental calculating machines are built and tested. It is evening, and the vast laboratory with its long rows of intricate-looking machines is deserted, except for a young university professor, Lester DeWitt. Tall, lanky, and in his early 30s, DeWitt stands before a massive machine that dwarfs all others in the laboratory. Swiftly, efficiently, he presses tabulating keys on the control board, oblivious of all else. 3.521 to the 8th digit, 74.3 to the 3rd digit, 74.56 to the 4th digit.
Is that you, Professor DeWitt?
Yes, Pop, I'm at the Big Brain. 6.527 to the 4th digit.
Now, you brought your visitor, Professor.
Visitor? Julia.
Well, I'm glad to see that you at least remember my name.
Of course, Professor, I'm not supposed to allow anyone in here but our engineers and university people like yourself. But I figured seeing you and hers engaged.
Thanks, Pop.
That's all right. Joy seeing young people get together.
Oh, Julia, I'm terribly sorry. I forgot completely. Were you waiting long?
Only a half hour. By then I realized I'd been stood up.
Oh, well, honestly, Julia, I had no idea it was so late. I decided to run a test at 5:30 and then be finished by 6:30 at the latest. And
If you could only see your face.
So, and you aren't angry with me?
No, I'm not angry. I just have to accept you for what you are, an absent-minded professor. Well, so this is my arrival. I've never seen such a huge machine.
It weighs over 50 tons.
50 tons?
That's right. The staff here at the plant calls it the Big Brain.
It's the only one of its kind in the world, Julia.
Lester, those thousands of keys, levers, do you know what each one of them is for?
Why, yes, of course. Oh, look at it. Do you realize that the Big Brain can calculate elliptical integrals?
Is that good?
Good. Why, human mind has never been able to solve elliptical integrals. There have been no methods of solution, but this machine can.
Oh.
The Big Brain, Julia, can solve in a few seconds a problem that would take a scientist a lifetime to work out.
There's one thing your Big Brain can do, Professor.
No? What's that?
It can take this racing sheet and dope out the winners of tomorrow's races.
Oh. Still playing the horses, eh, Pop?
Yep. Not doing so good either. Well, I got to make me rounds. Nice talking to you, young folks.
Good night, Mr. Collins.
Good night, Pop.
Good night.
Oh, I really should be jealous of that machine, Les. A certain light appears in your eyes when you speak of it. Sometimes I think that you care more for that.
But you really don't believe that.
No, not really.
Hey, look, Pop left his racing paper behind.
What are you looking through it for?
I've never read a racing sheet before. It's interesting. Very interesting. You know, this racing sheet is a treasury of facts. Why, in each race alone, there are over 1,000 facts to be taken into consideration. Yes.
Now, Les, you aren't going to spend the rest of the night studying that paper, are you?
I had always been inclined to think that horse racing was a matter of sheer luck. That isn't so at all. Look at all the information that's available in this paper.
I can't understand why Pop thought the big brain couldn't calculate the winners of these races.
You mean you think it could?
I see no reason why it shouldn't be able to. In view of all these facts we have on past performances.
Lester, you aren't serious, are you?
Of course I am. Would you like to try it as an experiment?
An experiment?
Yes. We'll put all these facts through the machine.
Oh, this I have to see, by all means.
All right. First, it's a matter of learning what all these abbreviations of symbols stand for. Then...
Yes?
It's merely a matter of your reading the facts on past performances and my feeding it to the machine.
Going away, $9.50. Flying Ghost.
Flying Ghost.
October 5th, 1949.
October 5th, 1949.
Belmont Park, 3-year-olds and up, claiming $5,000, a mile and an eighth, 120 pounds, jockey Riker, track fast, post position fourth, start sixth, quarter fourth, half fourth, 3/4 third, mile third, stretch third, finish third, 2 lengths, driving, $5.20.
$5.20.
That does it. 8 races. Now that you've given all the facts to the machine, what's next?
I pull this lever, and the calculator goes to work.
Good Lord. How long does it take?
Just a matter of seconds.
You really think it'll work?
Work? Of course. Unless the machine breaks down. And as you can see, it's working perfectly. Nah. The solution has been attained.
Well, where is it?
I merely have to pull this lever, and it will be printed on a sheet of paper and ejected at this point here. Watch. There.
Well, let me see it. First race winner, Yet a Deer. Place, Speeding Folly. Show, Quaker Girl. And it has the results of the other races as well.
Naturally.
And these horses are the winners?
Oh, yes, no question of that. Tomorrow night we'll buy an evening paper with the racing results, and you'll see for yourself.
Les.
Yes?
If you're so sure that these are the winners, why not make a small bet on the first race?
A small bet?
Yes. Bet $2 to win on Yet a Deer in the first race. Then if Yet a Deer wins, as you say she will, put all the winnings on the second race, then the third, fourth, fifth.
But I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Well, it wouldn't be ethical. I'm here from the university as a guest of this company.
Oh, now, let's stop being stuffy. We've been saving for a year now to get married. If the machine is right, we can win enough money to buy all our furniture. Who knows, maybe even a house.
Oh, I'm sorry, Julia, but I'm afraid I couldn't.
Oh, why are you so stubborn? Who could it possibly harm? And think of what it would mean to us.
But yes, I know. Pardon me. Where can I make a $2 wager?
Right here, friend. What's your pleasure?
My pleasure?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'd like to bet on Yet a Deer in the first race at Hialeah.
$2?
Yes, please.
Here you are. Yet a Deer paid $6.20. Here you are.
Thank you. I'd now like to bet $6 to win on Morning Glory in the second race at Hialeah.
6 on the nose of Morning Glory.
That's right.
Okay, you're covered. Here he is, boss.
Come in, Professor DeWitt. Come in. I'm Victor King.
Oh. How do you know who I am?
It's my business to know the names of the people who patronize my establishment. All right, Steve, that'll be all.
Okay, boss. I'll be outside. Wait.
Well, I understand, Professor, that you selected the winners of 8 straight races. And that I owe you $24,250.
Yes, that's right.
You'll find that I'm a businessman who pays off promptly. $1,000 bills be all right?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Tell me, 8 winners. What do you attribute it to?
Oh, just luck.
Luck, huh? Here you are. 24,250. What's wrong? Lose something?
My wallet. I can't seem to find it.
Oh, yes. Your wallet. I have it here. Must have dropped it a little while ago in the racing room. One of my men found it and sent it over to me. Naturally, I had to go through it to find out who the owner was.
Yes, I suppose so.
Besides $17, there are a number of things in it. Driver's license, a state university faculty card, a pass for admittance to the technical laboratory of worldwide business machines, and this sheet of paper.
Oh, yes. That.
Very interesting, Professor. Has listed a selection of win, place, and shows for today's 8 races at Hialeah. Strangely enough, every horse in this list came in exactly as selected. How'd you explain that, Professor?
I don't have to explain it. Now, if you'll be so good as to return my wallet and everything that was in it...
I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm afraid you'll have to play ball. Whether you want to or not.
What do you mean?
Sit down, Professor, and I'll tell you. Sit down, Professor.
Yes.
That's it. Now we can really get down to business.
And then, Julia, he showed me pictures that had been taken of me in the racing room. 6 of them. All showing me making bets.
Oh, no.
Yes. Why, he even had a camera hidden in the wall of his penthouse office, which filmed everything I said and did up in that penthouse.
What? He was just laying a trap for you.
Yes, he certainly was.
But you didn't tell him how you'd gotten the winners of the races today?
No, but I think he suspects. He found my wallet, and in it the pass to the laboratory of worldwide business machines. And he saw the sheet with the names of the winners printed on it.
And he demands that you give him the winners of every day's races?
Yes. It's blackmail. Pure and simple. He has all the evidence he needs.
But, Lester, if you were to go to the university officials, the president of Worldwide Business Machines...
It would be the end of my academic career. You know how the university is about such things. They'd regard my use of the big brain as dishonesty. Worse.
It's all my fault. It was I who made you bet on those horses.
Oh, no, nonsense, darling. If I really hadn't wanted to, you couldn't have made me.
What are you going to do?
What can I do? I've got to supply King with the winners. If I don't, he'll expose me. Ruin my career.
What about a cigar, Professor? A drink?
No.
I'm
thank you.
feeling good. Really good. 3 days in a row, all the winners at Hialeah. Yes, sir, I'm feeling good. By the way, I'm putting your share of the winnings aside, Professor. It now amounts to $46,000. You can have it any time you want.
I told you before, I don't want any part of that money. My purpose in coming here was to explain to you that I can no longer go on with it.
You can't go on with it. Why not?
How can I expect you to understand the matter of ethics?
Ethics? You can't. All I'm interested in is money. Now listen to me, Professor. You're going on supplying me with winners. We're playing this out to the finish.
The finish? When will that be?
I'll let you know. Now, today is Monday. I'm figuring on flying out to Santa Anita in a few days for the big handicap on Saturday. I want you to dope out the winners as soon as possible. I'm figuring on making a real killing at the track.
I won't do it.
Now, Professor, we don't have to go over that again. Yeah, I see we do. Okay, Professor. I'll put it on the line. Straight, no trimming. Sit down. This may take a little time.
February 15th. 47 flights. A A22 flights. B10 flights. C9 flights. E6 flights. Total 47.
Oh, Lester, so here you are. I've tried to find you everywhere.
Oh, hello, Julie.
I phoned you at home and the university. Then I thought I'd come here. Did you see Victor King?
Yes. I saw him.
Well, what did he say? I mean, when you told him you were through with him.
He said that isn't the way he plays ball. It seems I have to play his way. Or else.
Oh, Lester.
Mr. King is a master of blackmail.
Well, Lester, what are these hundreds of books? What are you doing?
These are flight records of the different airlines that fly to the West Coast. These records go back 5 years.
Well, what are you doing with them?
I'm entering these records into the big brain. Trying an experiment. I don't know whether or not it'll work.
What kind of an experiment?
I'm attempting to find out if the big brain, given all available flight information, can determine the date and time of a future plane crash.
A future plane crash?
Yes.
But why?
Victor King is going to fly to California within the next few days. As yet, he hasn't decided what flight he's taking.
Well, what has that got to do... Les.
Why not? What else can I fight back with? Maybe this whole experiment is crazy, but if the big brain can determine future plane crashes, and if one is due to occur within the next 5 days, I'm going to do my best to see to it that Victor King is on that plane.
Les, what you're doing is insane.
Maybe. Time will tell.
You must listen to me. You've got to go to the university officials and make a clean breast of King. I'm sure that they'll...
There. The solution has been attained.
Let me see it. Flight 106, Universal Airlines, 4:30 p.m. New York to Los Angeles. Crash 6:31 near Canton, Ohio, February 24th.
February 24th. That's this Friday. And King wants to be in California Saturday for the races.
Lester, this information, it can't be right, can it?
It's the law of averages, Julia. Scientists, given all the facts, can work out an approximation of accidents. The big brain has the ability to pinpoint facts, calculate them to a degree beyond the human mind, and reach a definite conclusion.
You mean there's no question about it? Flight 106 will crash February 24th.
The big brain hasn't been wrong as yet. So there's always a first time, of course.
But, Les, if there's a possibility of that plane crashing, we've got to go to the airline and warn them.
If I went to them and told them, gentlemen, I believe that Flight 106 on February 24th is going to crash, what do you think they would say? They'd have me placed under mental observation.
But, Les, if that plane crashes, killing innocent people, you'd never forgive yourself.
What's going to be, will be. I can't prevent that which is ordained to happen.
And you're going to try to see to it that Victor King is on Flight 106.
Yes. Come what may, I've got to make sure he's on that flight. Hello?
Hello, Professor. This is Victor King.
Yes, Mr. King.
It's already Wednesday afternoon. Why haven't I received the winners of Saturday's races at Santa Anita?
I'm afraid I can't have them for you until Friday afternoon, around 4.
Why not?
I've got to have last-minute scratches and other information to be able to calculate the winners.
Friday afternoon? It doesn't give me much time to get to Santa Anita.
Why don't I meet you at the airport Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock? There's a 4:30 plane to California. Flight 106. Get you there at midnight.
Flight 106, huh? It's 4:30. That sounds all right.
Then I'll meet you at the airport at 4 o'clock.
Good. I'll be expecting you.
Don't worry, King. I'll be there. There's the gate for flight 106 straight ahead.
Lester, I wish you wouldn't go through with it. Won't you please go to the airline? Tell them that there's a chance 106 may crash.
I told you, Julia, they'd only think I was insane. Now, be quiet. There's King standing at the gate with his bodyguard.
Hello, Professor. Running it rather fine, aren't you? It's already 4:25. The plane's ready to leave.
I was delayed by traffic. Here's the list of winners for tomorrow's races.
Good. Walk me to the plane. I want to talk to you.
All right.
Hey. Big race tomorrow. Citation isn't the winner?
That's right.
Oh, this is perfect. Perfect. All the big money will be on citation. Will we clean up?
All passengers, please get aboard.
Sure thing, honey. Lester, I've got a little surprise for you and your girlfriend.
Surprise?
Yes, that's right. Me and Steve here are taking you with us. We're going to show you the time of your life.
Yes, sir. But we can't go. I have classes.
What are you talking about? This is Friday. We'll have you back by Monday. Now get aboard.
But we haven't any clothes.
Yes, you have. I brought along clothes for both of you. Everything's been taken care of. You two are going, and we have to carry you, boy.
No, I won't go.
Yes, I want a great trouble to fix up this trip, and you're going. Get her on that plane, Steve.
But can't you understand?
Stop! Please tell him I don't want to go.
Tell him to put her down. Come back. Julia.
Okay, stewardess, they're going aboard. Tell the pilot we're all set. Let's go.
What time is it?
Julia, stop asking me the time every minute. I just told you.
What's the matter with you two? Don't you like flying? You've been sitting on the edge of your seats ever since we took off.
Yeah, you think they were going to a funeral instead of California. And the best time they ever had.
Les, I can't stand this much longer. You've got to tell them it's our only chance.
Tell them?
Yes.
Maybe you're right. King.
What is it, Professor?
Come a little closer. I've got something to tell you.
Sure. What is it?
This plane. It's going to crash at 6:31.
Crash? What are you talking about?
You heard me. The plane is going to crash.
I like that joke, but that's not funny.
It's not a joke, can't you see that he's serious?
How do you know the plane is going to crash?
Same way I found out about the winners. The big brain.
If you aren't leveling with me, I'll... Yes, you are. You're scared, really scared. I'm getting scared, too. Why'd you let us in for this? You must have known before we got on this plane... Oh, I get it. You didn't figure on me taking you along.
Hey, boss, we got to do something.
I'll settle with you two later. Come on, Steve.
What are you going to do?
You see. Have the gun ready, Steve. I'll make the pilot set us down, but fast.
Yeah, sure.
Here's where we take over.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but passengers aren't allowed up here.
Steve.
A gun?
Yeah. Now listen, bright boy, you and your little playmate here are going to set this plane down, but fast.
What for?
Because I say so, and I don't argue. Land this plane.
Well, nearest airfield's 20 minutes away, and it can't...
Set it down now. This minute. Make an emergency landing.
You must be out of your mind.
Steve, count to 5. If he doesn't start putting down, give it to the co-pilot.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you're calling it. Pete, give me a reading.
Speed 240 mph. Altitude 4,500.
As we come over this mountain, there's a large field. We'll try to set down on it.
Roger.
Don't let us go, boss. We got to get down.
Yeah. Come on, put this plane down.
Just if you want to take over, just say the word. Give me a reading, Pete.
Speed 255 mph. Altitude 2,000 feet.
It's getting dark fast. We've got to circle the field a couple of times.
That cycle just land.
Pete, give it to the passengers over the PA.
Roger. We are now preparing to land. Passengers are asked to remain calm. Please fasten all safety belts.
You two guys better go back to your seats, fasten your belts. It's going to be a rough landing.
Yeah, but it's all the same to you. We'll stay right here where we can keep an eye on you.
Suit yourself. Don't mind if Pete and me strap ourselves in, do you?
Cut the cutter and land.
Give me a reading, Pete.
Speed 230 mph. Altitude 800 feet.
Flaps down.
Flat down.
Landing gear down.
Landing gear down.
Landing lights on.
Landing lights on.
Reading.
Speed 180 miles. Altitude, 500 feet. Speed, 145. Altitude, 200 feet. Speed, 135. 125. 115. 95. Down. 80. 70. Bob, there's a drainage ditch across the field. Take her up.
Too late. Hang on.
Oh, my head.
Just lie quietly, Les.
Julia. Julia, where am I?
You're in a hospital. You've been unconscious almost 3 hours. But the doctor says you'll be up in a few days.
Why, the plane crash. Yes. Julia, are you all right?
I was just shaken up, nothing else.
Oh. Inspector King. What about him?
King and his bodyguard, Steve, were killed.
Killed?
Yes. When the plane crashed, they were up front without safety belts.
Oh. Anybody else killed?
No, a half dozen were hurt, but they'll all live.
So King is dead.
Yes.
That means we're free, Julia. He was the only one who knew about the big brain. The way I was getting those women.
Yes, Les, we're free.
Strange. The big brain picked the women. But it was wrong about the plane crash.
Wrong?
Yes. After all, the only reason the plane crashed was because King forced the pilot to make an emergency landing.
You're overlooking just one fact, Les.
What?
The plane crashed at 6:31 p.m. The exact moment that the big brain said it would. How do you explain that, Professor?
Professor DeWitt had a good deal to ponder about while he recovered in the hospital. Would a plane crash have occurred if Victor King hadn't forced the pilot to make an emergency landing? Or was that the crash the big brain predicted? It's hard to say. But one thing is certain. Professor DeWitt, for some strange reason, has lost all scientific interest in the big brain. Oh, that reminds me of next week's story, The Dark Underworld. It's about a strange old man who lives half his life in the maze of sewers beneath the streets of Manhattan, and he discovers... Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, which is played by Maurice Tartlett. In the cast were Leon Janney, Marilyn Erskine, Santos Ortega, and John Marley. Original music was composed and played by Al Finelli. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What made me first suspect Joe was that he knew more than any innocent person should have known.
I suspected Irene the moment I heard the fireman's testimony.
The apparently unimportant fact.
I suspected
the postman after he testified.
I suspected.
Listen to radio's newest, most interesting and thrilling program, Suspicion. And now, suspicion. Somewhere in the drama about to be presented is a seemingly unimportant fact, a hidden clue that first casts suspicion on the ultimate culprit. Test your powers of observation and deduction and find the hidden clue. It may be a single line, a sound, perhaps a complete scene. All names and characters depicted in this story are fictitious. Any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. In the story we presented last time, Greed, do you recall these facts? The last will and testament left by Howard St. John was stolen, and Morley the butler was knocked out. When Sir Basil Cathingway, in charge of the St. John estate, was talking to Morley...
It was quite dark, Sir Basil. Yes, I know. You've told me it was pitch dark and you were struck from behind.
But later in their conversation, Morley said...
I noticed that the person wore trousers, rather loose-fitting ones. That's why I feel certain that it...
Morley's description, ladies and gentlemen, was the hidden clue, one that pointed to Morley's confessed guilt. For he could not have seen his assailant had he been struck from behind, and furthermore, the room was, by his own admission, pitch dark. Now we present The Frame-Up. A few minutes before 2 o'clock in the afternoon of September 19th, Jack Morton, alias Jack Mason, enters the warden's office of a large penitentiary, listens impatiently to the warden's final words.
Frankly, Jack, I was against giving you this parole. I don't believe you're ready for one yet. However, your record here for the past 2 years is excellent, and that's what swayed the parole board. Personally, I think you've just been playing for a parole.
Well, you're wrong about that, Warden.
I hope so, Jack. I hope that after 3 times in jail, you've learned that crime doesn't pay. That's all.
Okay, Warden. I'll be seeing you.
Not in here, I hope. Good luck, Jack.
Thanks. Hey, lend me a nickel, will you?
Well,
I want to phone the missus and tell her I'm coming home.
All right, Jack. Here you are.
Thanks. I'll do the same for you someday, maybe.
So long, Jack. Good luck.
So long, Warden.
Hello?
Hello, let me talk to Chick.
Who is this?
Oh, lay off of that stuff, Nora. You remember me, Jack Morton.
Jack Morton. Well, I'll be... Where are you?
On the outside looking in, baby. I just kissed the warden goodbye. And I even bummed a nickel from him. Told him I was going to phone my wife. Is Chick around?
You want to talk to Chick, Jack?
Yeah, sure. You heard me, Nora.
Well, Chick ain't here right now.
Now, okie doke. Look, when he comes in, tell him I'll be at the Big Pig tonight. So long, kid.
So long, Jack.
Who was that, Nora?
Jack Morton. He was just sprung.
What you want?
He wants to see you, Chick. He says he'll be at the Pink Pig tonight. And say, what's wrong?
Plenty. Jack's going to want the money he left with me. I'm broke.
Oh.
I lost every cent to Whitey last night.
Oh, kid Jack along. Pay him back after we pull the Kingston job.
Yeah, that's it. Only I don't like giving a guy money I make on a job.
Well, maybe you can cut him in on the work, Chick.
Yeah, maybe so. Don't worry about it, Nora. We'll square it when we see him.
You're really figuring to go straight, Jack, huh?
You said it, kid. If I get sent up again, it's for life, and that don't listen so good to me. Got anything in mind, Jack?
Yeah. Give it some thought the last couple of days at the big house.
Yeah?
I aim to move to where I'm not known and open up a store.
The boy's got something there, Chick.
Yeah.
Sure. I figured that the $10,000 I left with you, Chick, will give me a start. You see, I'll have to buy with cash until I build up credit.
I wanted to talk to you about that $10,000, Jack.
Yeah?
You see, I ain't got it with me right this minute.
I didn't figure you'd carry it around in your hip pocket, Chick.
Well, I mean, I lent it to a guy, see?
You lent it?
Yeah.
Or lost it to Whitey? Which?
I loaned it, Jack, honestly.
Yeah?
Keep your shirt on, Jack. We're not double-crossing you. Chick lent you $10,000 along with 10 of his own to Charlie Tate.
He's a bookie on the other side of town. I gave him a ring half an hour ago and told him you'd be wanting your money. You'll have it ready tomorrow night. Me and Nora will pick it up.
Yeah. Okay. A couple of days won't matter.
Yeah, I told you you'd be reasonable about it, Nora. Say, Jack, how about bunking at my place? There's plenty of room, and you might as well save your money.
Well, thanks. I'll do that.
I still don't get the drift, Chick. Having Jack stay at your place.
Take it easy, kid. I know what I'm doing. You see, if he goes back to the pen, then I don't have to give him the $10,000.
Hey!
You gotta have brains in this racket, kid. Now, we ain't gonna work as usual tonight.
No?
No. We're gonna crack this jewelry job the way Jack would, Nora. Instead of leaving the car in the alley, we'll leave it a block away, see? And we break in through a second-floor window instead of a first-floor one. And even when we're inside, we'll operate Jack's way. It's a pipe. All right, kid. The window's open. Watch out for that box.
Hey, but if we're trapped, Chick, it'll take...
We'll shoot our way out. Like Jack would have done.
Okay. We're sticking our necks out for a lot of trouble. Jack will know you went out tonight.
He won't know nothing. Put a couple of knockout drops in his coffee.
Oh.
Take the flashlight. I'll use it again. Come on. Okay, kid. The shop's empty. And the stuff we want is open.
Hands up there. I got you covered.
Come on, honey. Let's scrap.
Hello? Sergeant Ted Wallace speaking. Oh, I see. He didn't say anything, eh? Okay. Thanks for calling, Doc. Chet, the night watchman at Kingston's jewel shop, just died without recovering consciousness.
So it's a murder case now, huh?
Yeah. What do you make of it, Chet?
Frankly, Ted, it doesn't make sense to me. The burglar broke in through a second-story window, but it would have been a lot easier to open the washroom window on the ground floor. Either the shop hadn't been steadied or...
Or that burglar was working a system. Get what I mean?
George, that's right. Well, wait a minute. It's been 2 years since we've had a job where entry was made through a second-floor window.
Yeah, I just thought of that. And Jack Morton was paroled yesterday. That was the way he worked.
Right. The job was clumsy, as if the man was out of practice. But it doesn't quite make sense for Morton to...
Hello, Sergeant Ted Wallace speaking. Huh? What's that? 1 block away from... Yes? Yes, I'll send a man out there to pick it up at once. Thanks for calling, Mr. Kingston. Somebody just entered Kingston's shop and gave him a .32 pistol, Chet. It was found a block away from the shop. If the bullets in the watchman were fired from that... Let's get busy.
Hello? Murphy's Pawn Shop? Police department calling. Check this serial number against your gun sale records. AK6933241.
AK6933241. That's it. You have the record? Give me the name and address over the phone. One of our men will pick up the record in a few minutes. Sold to Jack Mason, address 198 North Durante Street. Check. There's the dope, Chet.
Jack Mason, eh?
Yeah.
The phony name Jack Morton used.
Yeah. Say, I heard that he's rooming with Chick Ralston. You pick up the gun sale record and meet me at Chick's.
Right.
We may not get a murder conviction against Jack, but his 4th conviction means life and no parole. Get a move on, son, and get to Chick's as fast as you can.
Hey, Chick, I thought you and Nora was going to get my $10,000 from Charlie Tate last night.
Yeah, I thought so too, Jack. But Charlie claimed it had a run of bad luck and was almost broke.
Yeah?
He figures you'll pick up enough on today's races to pay us off.
Well, don't worry, Jack. Charlie's okay. He ain't gonna run out on you.
You expecting anyone?
Open up, police.
Answer it, Nora.
Okay.
Nora,
Hello?
how's everything? Howdy, Jake.
Hey.
Remember me, Jack? Sergeant Ted Wallace?
Hello.
What do you want, Wallace?
Just dropped around to say hello. Everything going all right?
Yeah, so just drop yourself out again, Sarge.
Okay, but I was wondering if you folks recognize this gun.
Not me. You know I don't carry a gun, Sarge. They ain't safe. Why, I remember one time my old man shot himself with a gun just like that when he
Save
was
it, wise guy. Take a good look at this gat, Jack.
Huh?
The night watchman at Kingston's was killed with 2 slugs from this gun.
So what?
Where were you last night?
Here. I went to sleep about 10 o'clock and didn't wake up till after 9 this morning.
No kidding.
Yeah, well, sure. Ask Chick. I didn't go out, did I, Chick?
Not as far as I know. I was sound asleep all night myself.
Yeah, just a couple of sleepy people, eh? Well, that might be a good story, Jack, but you've got a criminal record.
Yeah, sure I have. And just because of that, you're going to frame me? I never saw that gun. I didn't go out of this place last night, but you dumb cops need a goat, and I'm it.
That's right. Only we're not framing you. You bought this gun, Jack, and...
Here's the gun sale record, Ted. The signature matches with Jack Morton's handwriting. Look at it. I stopped at headquarters and picked up a sample of the signature.
Oh, they sure do match. 32 caliber automatic pistol sold to Jack Mason. You're a criminal non de plume, Morton.
Well, yes, but
You bought this gun 18 months ago, and last night you broke into Kingston's jewel shop and killed the night watchman. You're under arrest for murder. Come along.
Now, look here, Wallace. I wasn't out of here. Not even for 5 minutes last night. It was...
Come along before we drag you out. Get moving.
Okay. Chick, get me a lawyer.
Yeah, and get him a good one, Chick. He'll need it.
I won't let you down, Jack.
Come on, take the lead out of your feet, Jack. And I'm warning you. Try to make a break, and I'll drop you.
Oh, shut up. You guys are all wet, and I'll prove it to you.
Holy smoke, Chet. He's right. Stay here and keep your trap shut.
Sir, what's your idea?
The game's up, Chick. Drop your gun before... Oh! Grab for the ceiling, sir, quick.
Okay, Sarge, okay, but it was all Chick's fault. Honest, he wanted to frame Jack. I couldn't
Save
stop
that
him.
for the judge, Nora. Hey, Jack, come here.
Yeah?
Sorry I got tough with you, but things look bad.
Yeah, my pal.
That's about it. They tried to frame you. And if you want to steer clear of the law, remember that honor among crooks is just a phrase. It don't mean a thing.
After learning how Chick and Nora had tried to frame him, Jack Morton asked Sergeant Ted Wallace,
I still don't see how you figured I was innocent, Sarge. I might have proven my signature was forged, but I...
Come to think of it, Jack, we didn't have any sort of a case against you. Sure, the gun was traced to you, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, did you discover the hidden clue which caused Sergeant Ted Wallace to first suspect that Jack Morton, alias Jack Mason, was innocent? Write into this station and tell us the hidden clue you found. Check your powers of observation and deduction with the correct hidden clue in this story to be broadcast at a time named by your local announcer.
Unsolved Mysteries. An old saying is, dead men tell no tales. Nothing could be farther from the truth. In the United States alone, there are several cases on record in which the police, after finding no clue upon which to work, have been led directly to the murderer by a force which, for want of a better name, we call supernatural.
Washington Square. An old residential district which has stood still and aloof as the rest of the city has rushed on in the mad whirl of modernism. The houses still have iron railings before them. The street lamps are few and far between. The causeway is cobbled, uneven and hard to walk on. Not a house but has its 5 or 6 steps leading up to the front door. And full bells have not yet been replaced by the shrill ringing electric bells. A soft snow falls, softening the harsh outlines of the buildings, sidewalk and street. Parking lawn and these are all one, a wavy blanket of glistening white. A light shows in number 21, where Jack Hunter addresses a strange company of guests.
Now, everyone please make yourselves as comfortable as possible. Cigarettes in that lacquer box, cigars in the humidor. You'll find drinks to your taste in that cabinet. I'm going to stand here, if you don't mind, and explain this, well, rather unusual situation.
I've simply been on pins and needles ever since I received your letter.
Yes, I can believe that. Putting it as simply as possible, every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, has at some time or another lived in this house. Sometime during the past 32 years.
I lived here in 1911 for exactly 4 nights.
Well, that's 1 night longer than I would stay. I insisted that George move me out the 3rd night. I couldn't stand it.
I believe that I'm right in assuming that each and every one of us has had the same experience.
I lived here 1 whole year, so possibly I did experience a little more than the rest of you.
Yes, Mr. Strange. According to my records, you have lived longer in the house than anyone else. Suppose you summarize.
Well, the first night I slept here, nothing happened. But the second night, I woke with that strange feeling that something was in the room. I was about to turn up the light when I came to a realization that it wasn't necessary, although it was quite dark. I could see figures. They were ranged along the sides of my bed and across the bottom. I couldn't tell about the top because, frankly, I was too frightened to move.
That's just exactly what happened to me.
I saw them the first night. They just stood there and stared and stared. They never said a word, and I couldn't.
That was my experience, and it happened no less than 103 times in 1 year. Gradually, I got used to them. Used to speculate to myself that some of them were more dense, more material than others. Especially one who very often came by herself, a woman.
May I interrupt?
Certainly.
The woman is the key to the whole problem. May I take the story from there?
Yes, of course.
Almost any minute now, Mr. Crawford will arrive. He wrote to me and said that he had the solution to this visitation and that he'd be here tonight. Until he arrived, I'll tell you about the woman. It was 1909. I lived about 1.5 miles from here. And one morning, snowing, wintry as could be, I left the house to go downtown to my office. I was walking along past Cortlandt Park, and the officer on the beat, Pat O'Malley, hailed me.
Good morning to you, sir. And it's a right brisk morning that it is, Mr. Hunter.
Oh, yes, Pat. Like the old days when we were kids going to school.
Yes, sir. Them was the days. We never appreciate them till we have to be up and going in the mornings and off to work. Why, sir? What are you looking at?
Look, Pat, over in the park. Doesn't that look like the outline of a body there under the snow?
Sure, and that it does, sir. And we'll be after going and satisfying ourselves that everything is all right.
Yeah, if we can open the gate. I'll bet it's frozen stiff in this cold.
Then we'll just have to climb the railing, and that we will. Oh, sure now, and don't you be spoiling them good gloves of yours, Mr. Hunter. I'll open them gates.
Yeah, they're opening.
Oh, well, whatever it is, it must have lain there all night. There's not a trace of footprints or anything else.
Yes, Pat. Now that I'm close to it, it looks more like a body than ever.
Well, we'll soon be after finding out that we will. Ooh, all wet and sticky.
And red. She's been murdered, Pat.
And that's no lie. For never yet did anybody stab themselves in the small of the back like this one's been stabbed. Well, I'll call the patrol and we'll take her to the morgue.
I don't know if any of you remember the affair.
I do. There never was a trace of the murderer or anything. The papers were full of it. Called it Philadelphia's Unsolved Mysteries.
Correct. I appeared at the inquest. But today, no one but myself knows any more than they did then.
You say no one but yourself?
Yes. I moved from where I was living about 5 years later and came to live here. The first night, I went to bed dead tired from all the hustle of moving, and just as soon as I'd set my alarm clock, I fell sound asleep.
midnight. The bedroom fills with ghostly, shadowy shapes. Wisps of an intangible something formed in the likeness of human forms. Transparent. Horribly transparent. They range themselves about the bed, and in ghastly silence they stare down upon the man Jack Hunter lying there. Jack stirs uneasily in his sleep, turns and tosses, twists himself about, and opens his eyes. Frozen with fear, he lies staring with wide eyes. His lips form words, questions, but nothing that he can do, no effort that he can make will force words out. Another shape enters the room. A woman. Those shadowy nothings about the bed look at the newcomer, and one by one they melt into nothingness. The woman advances to the bed.
You can help me.
What? What is that you said?
You can help me. I was murdered. I cannot rest until my murderer is known.
The woman. The murdered woman I found in the park.
Yes. You found me in the park. You know my murderer.
I know your murderer?
Yes. Come with me. Follow me to the living room. You will help me. You will let me rest.
Jack Hunter follows the woman through the archway into the living room. She stops before the grand piano, turns her ghastly eyes upon him, and then pointing to a portrait, his wife's portrait.
He murdered me.
Jack claps his hands to his eyes, rocks to and fro, and with a crash falls to the floor in a dead faint.
It was almost daylight when I came to. I was pretty groggy.
Oh, what a horrible experience. To find your wife accused of murder.
The horrible part of it was true.
What? You can't.
Yes. My wife had been in a private institution for the violently insane for years. She escaped. I knew nothing about her escape, but I investigated. She returned to the institution 2 days later, her clothes bloodstained. And the institution management glad to get her back so easily. Never said a word.
But why? Why in the name of heaven has all this happened in this house? To the rest of us, we've never done anything for which we should be haunted. Not by one ghost, but by dozens.
I think that ring at the doorbell is the answer we're seeking.
Mr. Crawford?
Yes, Mr. Crawford. I'll go and let him in. Make yourselves comfortable.
I'll be down if I know what to make of it.
No lie. I'm just as puzzled as I was when I lived here.
Well, we'll see what Crawford has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Crawford.
How do you do?
I have told them, Mr. Crawford, the story to date.
About your wife?
Everything.
In order to understand this, you must realize that Washington Square is very much changed from what it was back in the 80s. Over where the hotel stands today is where the old courthouse used to be. Down there where the gasoline station stands used to be old Meeker's stables. The jail used to stand where the hotel stands now.
This house, that's what we want to know.
Yes. I've been on pins and needles. I still am.
This house used to be the morgue.
After you've heard from your sponsor, a solution to the Washington Square mystery will be given. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
You said, Mr. Crawford, that this house used to be the morgue?
Yes, I did.
But that still doesn't explain it. It does, as far as I'm concerned.
You see, when you begin dealing with the mysterious realm beyond the practical and concrete things of life, things that can be weighed, seen, felt, and otherwise measured, you start dealing with situations that can only be investigated by comparison.
What do you mean by comparison?
Comparisons of happenings of a like nature. Comparisons with the experiences of thousands of reputable people who have testified to similar experiences.
You mean that if someone is emotionally upset in a certain house, the imprint of that emotion will be left in the house, almost like a photograph?
That is the claim of many.
Even if people know nothing of what has happened?
Yes. Have you ever walked into a house and had an unexplainable feeling of dislike for the place?
Why, yes, of course.
What causes it? Well, there are many people who say it's an invisible influence left by the previous occupants or previous happenings. It is easy to imagine the heartbreaking scenes in this morgue, the air of gloom, the constant stream of people walking through this building. There's nothing in their mind but the identification of persons who have been murdered or otherwise met violent death.
Then these things which we saw and heard are, well, our own sensitive natures becoming aware of what you call invisible photograph of previous happenings.
Yes, that is the theory advanced. In that state between sleeping and waking, these previous happenings took on an almost tangible form. And when you came back to consciousness, fully aware of what had happened and fully convinced that you had been quite awake the whole time.
And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines presents
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss Susan Hayward as star of Dame Fortune, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Susan Hayward in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
Nobody's believed this so far, but maybe someday somebody will. Not that it really matters. It's just something to do to pass the time while I'm waiting. It was our 5th anniversary, and we were having a party. And as usual, partly because a ham is always a ham no matter how long they've been out of the business, and partly because it's really easier to go ahead and do it than to spend your whole evening refusing, I was supplying the entertainment.
But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin.
It's not every party you go to where the hostess can entertain, is it?
Certainly. Why do you think I married her? Broadway's loss was Nicholson's gain.
Oh, darling, to someone who's been married to me for 5 whole years, you still say some awfully nice things.
Well, why not, darling? Say, Gene, sing You'll Be So Nice to Come Home To. Were you in that show? What was the name of it?
Oh, no, dear. Frank had already snatched me from my career by that time.
Excuse me. Gene, darling, you wanted on the phone.
Phone? At this hour? Who is it?
I don't know, dear. It's a man. Probably one of your old admirers.
Oh, don't be silly. All my old admirers gave up ages ago.
All right, I'll take your word for it, my sweet. But now you'd better go see who it is.
All right. Don't anybody go away. I'll be right back.
All right, now, I'll buy you a drink.
Hello?
Hello, Jane.
Who's this?
And perhaps I should say Mrs. Nicholson. You're not Jean Marley anymore, are you?
Who is this? Is there something I can do for you? I'm rather busy right now.
I was afraid you might forget me. I've been away such a long time. This is Charlie.
Charlie?
Charlie Prescott. Of the San Quentin Prescotts. You remember now, don't you? Still there, aren't you, Jean?
Yes, I'm still here.
You surprised?
So you're back.
Out is what we call it, sweetheart. Only yesterday. And I want to see you.
Oh, no, Charlie. That's all over.
You mean you don't want to see me?
Save it, Charlie. I suppose I knew all along this would happen someday. When'll it be?
Oh, the sooner the better. How about tomorrow?
I can't tomorrow. Make it Wednesday in the afternoon.
Say 3 o'clock? Same old place?
No, not there.
All right. What about the Shangri-La?
All right.
Now, you'll be sure and be there, won't you, sweetheart? Because if you're not, I'm going to feel very bad.
I'll be there.
3 o'clock then, sweetheart.
3 o'clock.
Who was it, darling? Anyone I know?
No, just an old friend.
Oh, why didn't you ask him over?
Oh, he was just passing through town and wanted to say hello, that's all.
Well, maybe some other time.
Yes, some other time. Don't let anybody tell you that prison doesn't change people. It does. And Charlie'd had 7 years of it. It's not just the prison pallor they always tell you about or extra dividends and gray hair. It's something else. An expression in the eyes. And more than that, something I didn't figure out until quite a while later.
I'll say you're looking great, sweetheart.
Let's cut out the compliments, Charlie. You don't mean them, and neither do I.
Now, wait a minute, sweetheart. Don't get me wrong. You don't think I'm sore about anything? Like, say, because you're married? You don't think that now, do you?
Why should you be? You knew I wasn't going to wait around for you. It was never that serious between us.
Ah, that's what I'm saying. Why, I'm tickled pink you married the guy. Particularly since I hear he's really in the dough, huh? But good.
The trouble with you blackmailers is...
Oh, that's a nasty word, sweetheart.
The trouble with you blackmailers is that you think all a woman with a wealthy husband has to do is just run down to the cellar and bring up a basketful anytime she wants to. Well, it's not like that. He spends the money. I don't.
No joint bank account?
Oh, sure. What do you think happens when all of a sudden $200 or $300 a month just starts disappearing?
I wasn't thinking of hundreds, sweetheart.
Oh, of course not. And the bigger you think, the harder it gets. Don't you see that?
Well, he's got a will, hasn't he?
I suppose so.
Don't stall, sweetheart. You know he has. You know what's in it. It all goes to you, doesn't it?
Yes. I guess it does.
You know it does.
And you want a cut.
I want half.
Before taxes are deducted or after?
Don't get wise. I did a lot of figuring where I was, and I figured you owed me something, sweetheart. I figured you owed me plenty.
Well, you're going to have a long time to wait for it, darling. I'd say about 30 years, because he's healthy as a horse.
Who said anything about waiting?
You do have big ideas, don't you?
You like it?
You don't really think I'm going to become a party to the murder of my own husband, do you?
Sweetheart, you mustn't use those words.
You must have gone a little crazy up there, Charlie.
And who said anything about your being a party to it?
Oh, you handle it. I just wait. Is that it?
Well, I know it's not as big a part of the job as you handled the last time, but that's a general idea. What do you say?
What do you think?
Sweetheart, did you ever stop to figure out what they'd give you if they found out?
I don't know.
I do. The same as they give me. Maybe worse.
Listen, Charlie. Suppose I told you I love him.
You? I wouldn't believe you. I wouldn't believe it if he combined the best features of John D. Rockefeller, Albert Einstein, and Clark Gable.
No, I suppose you wouldn't.
Well, that's the way it is, sweetheart. That way or the other. Make up your mind.
Well, it would have to be an accident.
That's okay. It could be an accident.
All right, Charlie. You win. There's only one way that I know of to deal with blackmail. Agree to the terms first and find it out afterwards. And that's how I'd planned to play it. I will confess that the murder of my husband for his estate was a little stiffer price than I'd been prepared for. But by the time I left, I knew how I was going to play that, too. Charlie'd never been quite as smart as he thought he was. That's one reason why he went to prison, and I didn't. That evening after dinner, I went in to see my husband in his study.
Oh, hello, darling.
Frank, there's something I have to tell you.
Well, what is it, darling?
It's pretty serious.
Well, all right. What is it?
Frank, I'm being blackmailed.
What? Blackmailed?
This is going to hurt you, darling. Afterward, you can do anything you like. But I know that the only sensible thing and the only decent thing is to tell you the whole story.
Jean, no matter what it is, no matter what, I love you, darling. That's all that really matters. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do, darling. Frank, a number of years ago, before I knew you, I had some trouble. Bad trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I was just a kid, and, well, I got mixed up with the wrong man. His name was Charles Prescott. I didn't know how wrong he was until someone got killed.
Oh.
Charlie managed to convince the jury, more or less, that it was an accident. His sentence was from 10 to 20 years. He got 3 years off for good behavior. Frankie's out of prison now, and he has evidence that I was involved. I was involved much more than ever came out in the trial, and... well, that's the story.
Well, that's not so bad, darling. What's his price?
His price is... oh, Frank.
Oh, there, darling. It's all right. It's all right. Now, come on, tell me the whole thing.
His price is that he plans to murder you and make me give him half of what I inherit.
Good Lord, Jean, the man must be crazy.
That's just it. He is. He's just crazy enough to try it. He's planning some sort of an accident. Oh, Frank, I'm frightened.
Now, darling, don't you worry a bit. I know just how to handle this.
Oh, Frank, not the police.
No, darling, no. Not the police.
Early the next morning, we were visited by a chunky little man named Sparks from the Continental Detective Agency. I told him the story, or most of it. And all the time I was talking, he kept watching my husband. I got the impression he might be a little difficult to deal with. As it turned out, I wasn't far wrong.
It's a good story, Mr. Nicholson, but it's not right.
Not right? What do you mean?
Well, for instance, why don't you go to the police?
I've told you it's a case of blackmail.
But it's not just a case of blackmail.
Hmm?
According to your wife, here's an ex-con with 13 years still hanging over him, out on parole, and he's threatening your life. We can throw him back in the can just like that.
Look, Mr. Sparks, you don't have to know all my family affairs to handle this case, do you?
No, but it would help.
Suffice it to say that it's a delicate matter. We can't go to the police.
And perhaps you better tell me just what you do want me to handle.
I want you to locate him and then follow him day and night. Never let him out of your sight. Eventually, I suppose, he'll try it.
To kill you?
Oh, Frank.
Now, Jean, darling, remember you were going to let me handle this?
I know, but...
But don't you see, dear, if we actually catch him in the act, attempted murder, then we can send him back to prison and nobody would ever believe anything he said.
Must be a very delicate matter.
It is, Mr. Sparks.
Well, you'll hear from me.
Mr. Sparks, suppose he should try to contact me.
You mean you think he'll try to shake you down beforehand anyway, just for luck?
Well, you see, he thinks I've agreed with his plan. The accident.
The way we're handling it, there's only one thing to do. Play him along.
I see. Well, is that all the information you need, Mr. Sparks?
If that's all you'll give me, that's all I need.
By Friday night, they'd located Charlie. By Monday morning, they knew more about him than his own mother. Frank took the train for San Francisco that night. He wasn't due back until Wednesday morning. Tuesday afternoon, Charlie called me, as I told him to.
Hello?
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, hello, sweetheart. Everything in order?
Yes?
You get that, what you said you'd get for me?
Yes, I got it.
I hope you got enough, because, what I mean, well, there's going to be, Well, expenses.
Expenses?
Yeah, I gotta make contacts. You know, I don't let anybody else in, but I'm gonna need a little outside help on one or two things.
Oh, I see.
And these things take time. It may be quite a while. I'm not stalling, you understand, but you can't expect action on a thing like this right away.
I think I understand.
Maybe 2, 3 weeks, even more. It's gotta be laid out right, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where can I pick it up? The stuff you got for me.
You can come out here.
Out there?
Yes, this evening about 10. There'll be no one here.
Listen, I don't think that's so good.
You're not afraid, are you, Charlie?
No, but...
Besides, you ought to see the layout of things. It might give you some angles.
Well, yeah, but...
You remember what we said, how it had to be done?
You mean accident?
That's right.
Sure.
Well, you be here at 10, Charlie. I'll have everything ready for you. I knew then what prison had done to Charlie. He'd lost his nerve. Now that he faced it, murder was too much for him. He'd never go through with it. It would all come down to one petty shakedown after another, year after year. It was even more obvious now that I'd have to do what I'd counted on from the beginning. If my husband was to be murdered, he'd have to be murdered by me.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Susan Hayward in Dame Fortune by Max Wilk and E.R. Merklin. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Next Thursday, ghosts and goblins will haunt your streets. It's Halloween, a good night for grown-ups to remain safely inside, entertaining a few trusted friends. A good night to serve Roma wines, so delicious with snacks or sandwiches. Yes, Roma wines add friendly companionship to any occasion. And with Roma California Sherry, Port, or Muscatel, you're sure to please every guest because more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. The reason? Roma wines taste better. Yes, Roma wines are better tasting. First, because Roma starts with California's choicest grapes. Second, because Roma, with America's finest winemaking resources, guides this luscious grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Third, because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. Delight your Halloween guests with better tasting Roma wines. Tomorrow, ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, largest selling wines in America.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Susan Hayward in Dame Fortune, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Charlie arrived that evening in a rented car, right on time. As I opened the door to him, I noticed another car just putting out its headlights about a quarter of a mile down the hill from our driveway. That would be Mr. Sparks. Charlie had never seen the house before, and he was impressed, but a little nervous. I took him into the drawing room.
Hey, quite a layout you got here, sweetheart.
Frank likes to have the best of everything, and he can afford it. Sit down.
Well, you know I can't stay but a minute or two.
What's the matter with you, Charlie? You seem jumpy.
Oh, me? Why should I be jumpy?
I don't know.
I'll tell you something, though. How's the clock? I have had the funny idea somebody was following me the last couple of days.
Who'd want to follow you?
That's what I can't figure. I'm clean with the local dicks, and they don't tell you unless they think you're working on a job. Nobody else would want to tell me. Unless I've been double-crossed by somebody. Like you, sweetheart.
But if I double-crossed you, you'd see that I was sent to the penitentiary, wouldn't you, Charlie?
I would devote my entire time to it, sweetheart.
And that's why I wouldn't double-cross you, isn't it, Charlie?
Yeah, I guess you're smart enough to see that, all right. You got the dough?
Yes, I've got it.
How much?
$1,000.
Well,
I know you'll be around shaking me down for more before you get to business. But that will hold you for a while, won't it?
Sure. Well, I better be moving. Where's the dough?
I don't have it here.
You don't have it?
No, it's in the car. Frank was home for a while, and I didn't want to bring it into the house. He's inclined to be a little snoopy sometimes.
Well, let's get it.
You can get it on the way out. It's in the glove compartment.
No, wait a minute. I'm not sure I like
this.
this.
Don't be silly. The car's in the garage and nobody's around. It's chilly and I just don't want to go out, that's all. It's in the Cadillac convertible.
Yeah. I guess you're in no spot to pull me fast ones at that, are you, sweetheart? Okay. You'll be hearing from me.
Yes, Charlie, I'm sure I will. Through the glass panel by the door, I watched him head for the garage. Somewhere out there in the darkness, I knew that Mr. Sparks would be watching him, too. Then I buzzed the house phone for Olson, the chauffeur. He lived over the garage.
Olson speaking.
This is Mrs. Nicholson. I'm sorry to disturb you, Olson, but I happened to glance out of the window just now, and I thought I saw a man prowling around the garage.
A man?
Yes. Oh, I suppose it's silly, but would you mind looking out your window and see if you notice anything?
Sure, Mrs. Nicholson. Say, Mrs. Nicholson, that's right. I seen him. He was running away. You want me to go after him?
He was running away?
Sure, he's running plenty, but maybe I can catch him.
Oh, no, that's all right. If he was running away, I'm sure he won't come back. There's nothing you could take out there anyway.
If you want, I'd be glad to.
Oh, no. No, that's all right. I'm sorry I bothered you, Olson. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Nicholson.
I waited almost 2 hours until I was sure Olson would be asleep. Then I went out to the garage myself. I'd taken a course in automobile mechanics during the war. I hadn't learned much, but I'd learned enough to know what would make a steering knuckle fall apart after about an hour or two of hard driving. And Frank was driving down to San Diego the next morning as soon as he got back from San Francisco. And Frank was a hard driver. Frank left the next morning on schedule. I won't say it was pleasant waiting. I paced the living room and the hall for almost an hour, but never more than 10 steps from the telephone. Hello?
Jean, this is Charlie. I gotta talk to you.
I can't talk to you now.
Listen, Jean, I gotta tell you something.
I can talk to you now. I began my pacing again. The phone rang 3 more times in the next 15 minutes, but I didn't answer it. Then it stopped. Almost 3 hours went by. I'd begun to be afraid that one of those other calls had been the one I was expecting. And then it rang again. Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Frank Nicholson, please.
This is she.
Mrs. Nicholson, this is Dr. Whitty of the La Jolla General Hospital. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Mrs. Nicholson, but there's been an accident. Your husband.
My husband? Oh, is he?
Well, it's hard to tell just yet, Mrs. Nicholson, but I think you'd better come down here.
I got out the sedan and started for La Jolla. I was terribly nervous and depressed. I crept along at no more than 40 miles an hour, but somehow I got there. They showed me directly to Frank's room. He was all covered with bandages, but he was sitting up in bed. And with him was Mr. Sparks.
Hello, Jean.
Frank, are you...
Not too bad.
Oh, darling.
A couple of ribs and an arm. They thought I had a fractured skull for a while, but I guess I have a pretty hard head.
Well, what happened?
Well, something went wrong with the car, Jean. I was going pretty fast. I'm lucky to be alive, I guess.
Charles. Prescott. Frank, I saw a man prowling around the garage last night. Olson saw him, too.
You think Prescott might have tampered with the car?
Oh, Frank, I told you not to go through with this thing.
Well, I don't know. What do you think of that theory, Mr. Sparks? Oh, you remember Mr. Sparks, don't you, Jean?
Of course.
It couldn't have been Prescott, Mr. Nicholson. He never got into the garage. I was right behind him, and I guess maybe he heard me. Anyway, he beat it.
I understand you were in the garage last night, Jean. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sparks?
We had another man posted on the grounds. That's what he reports.
Of course I was. There was a book in the car that I wanted.
There was $1,000 in currency in the glove compartment, too.
Yes, I know. I didn't have time to tell you this morning, but he wanted money. I talked him out of it. Mr. Sparks knew he was at the house. You told me to see him if... Frank, you don't think that
I don't want to think so, Jean.
Oh, how could you? How could you?
Well, it's just that steering knuckles don't usually come loose by themselves. That and all the rest of it.
Well, then it must have been an accident, a real accident. Don't you see that? Oh, Frank, how could you believe that I'd do a thing like that? I love you.
Oh, I know. I've thought and thought and thought. Everything Mr. Sparks has told me, and that... Oh, I can't believe it, Jean.
Mr. Sparks, you don't think I could have done anything like that. You can't.
It's just a matter of your beliefs, I guess.
Beliefs?
What you want to believe, and who you want to believe in. My office will send you a bill, Mr. Nicholson. Good day.
Oh, Frank. Frank, darling.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jean. I'm horribly sorry, darling. It's just that, well, it looks so bad, and... Oh, I wanted so much to hear you say you didn't.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't. You know I didn't.
Of course I do. Of course I do. Oh, look, darling, look. Cheer up, cheer up. I've got a plan.
A plan?
Yes. We need a vacation. I'll be out of here in a week or so, and then we'll go away. We'll just drive around the country, do a little hunting and fishing, whatever we like. You always used to love those trips.
Oh, yes, Frank. Let's.
Sure. We'll just go off and take it easy for a while and forget the whole thing.
Yes, let's. And forget the whole thing. That's what we did. And I almost did forget the whole thing. It seemed like a nightmare that I'd dreamed a long, long time ago. I couldn't believe that I'd really done what I'd done. And I knew I'd never do it again. As though by mutual consent we never spoke another word about it. But I was at peace for the first time since I could remember. And I knew that even Charlie could be dealt with somehow when we got home. We drove all over the state for almost 3 weeks. And on the way back, we stopped over at a little lake in the Sierras. One day we rode across it and had a picnic lunch on the other side. Oh, it was beautiful and so peaceful. There wasn't another soul around for miles. Frank still had the cast on his left arm. It made him a little clumsy. Getting back into the boat again, he stumbled over the shotgun, tilted up against the seat. I knew he was dead even before I got to him. At police headquarters, they questioned me a little while, and then they left me in the room alone. But a few minutes later, the door opened, and somebody came in. It was Mr. Sparks.
Well, so you finally did it.
Oh, no. No!
The trouble with you amateurs is you don't know your case histories. That hunting accident gag is too old, Mrs. Nicholson. Much too old.
But I didn't. I swear. I swear to you I didn't.
Well, you got the money now anyway. At least you can hire yourself a flock of good lawyers.
Please don't. I can't bear it. I didn't do it, I tell you. You can ask Charlie Prescott.
Charles Prescott killed himself this morning when the police arrived to question him. Look, Mrs. Nicholson, I'm in this thing up to my neck, unfortunately. I'm going to have to tell what I know. And I know somebody tampered with the steer knuckle on that car. And it wasn't Prescott. I know you tried to kill your husband and put it on Prescott. It just doesn't add up any other way.
All right. Yes, I did. But I didn't do the other. You've got to believe me. I didn't.
You didn't shoot him, eh?
By all that's sacred in the world. I swear I didn't.
Could be.
You do believe me. Say that you believe me.
What's the difference? Nobody else will.
That's all. Except my execution will be on the 31st, 1 week from today.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. And now this is Ken Niles returning for the curtain call with the lovely star of tonight's suspense play, Miss Susan Hayward. Susan, we think you were wonderful.
Well, it was a wonderful part, Ken.
For your grand performance, Susan, here's a gift basket of Roma Wines with Roma's compliments.
Well, thank you very much. Ken, will you grant me one tiny little favor?
Why, certainly. Just name it.
I'm simply fascinated by the way your narrator says suspense. Ask him to say it again, huh? Just for me.
For you, Susan, he'd probably say it in Technicolor. Joe?
Suspense.
And, Susan, you needn't be in suspense about what to serve when friends drop in. For the Roma California Sherry in your gift basket is the favorite of millions for afternoon or evening entertaining. And Roma Sherry is the perfect first call for dinner.
Roma Sherry. I'll remember, Ken.
And when you serve Roma Sherry, Susan, your guests will remember its finer taste. For to make Roma Sherry better tasting, Roma vintners select California's choicest grapes. Then, with America's finest winemaking resources, Roma guides this grape treasure to tempting taste richness. Later, Roma selects from this world's greatest reserve of fine wines for your pleasure. No wonder more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
That's a real recommendation, Ken. And now tell me who's on Suspense next week.
Well, next week it's Brian Donlevy in a suspense play about a man upon whom a freak of nature confers a terrifying attribute. He is a human lie detector. Mm-hmm. It's impossible for him to hear a falsehood without instantly knowing it and revealing the deception.
Well, terrifying is right. I'll certainly be listening. And that's no lie.
Well, thanks, Susan. And we're looking forward to seeing you in the Walter Wanger production, Smash Up.
Thanks, Ken. Good night, everybody.
Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Brian Donlevy as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Brian Donlevy as star of Lazurus Walks, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Brian Donlevy in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
This is the truth. Do you understand? The truth. It must be the truth. It has to be. I, Robert Winsley Graham, a doctor and psychiatrist by profession, do hereby of my own free will and volition, albeit with deepest regret, make the following full and complete statement relative to that all but unbelievable series of events which has brought such disaster and misfortune to my house, and particularly to my poor wife, Isabel. It had its beginning, properly speaking, some 2 months ago, to be exact, on the evening of August 25th. We were in the drawing room, Isabel at the piano practicing, as she said, her Aunt Jane and I on opposite sides.
Isabel, what's the matter?
I don't know. I can't seem to keep my mind on anything anymore. Even my music. Nerves.
Nerves.
Aunt Jane, please.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe in beating about the bush. You're an artist. You've got talent. There's no sense in your trying to subordinate yourself to somebody else.
Aunt Jane, that's enough. I'm not subordinating myself to anyone.
Really, Aunt Jane, you mustn't interfere, you know.
Robert doesn't want me to go back on stage.
Oh, darling, it isn't that I don't want you to go back. I'm proud of you. You know that. It's only because I know that going back to a professional career at your present mental condition could be terribly harmful.
Yes, I know, Robert. I know you're right.
After all, I am a doctor. It's my business to know these things. I'll get it, probably the hospital. Hello. Yes, this is Dr. Graham. Who? Oh, yes. Yes, why, of course. When would you like to see me? All right, fine. No trouble at all. Very well, I'll be expecting you. Goodbye. Isabel, good heavens, who do you suppose that was?
Who?
Roger Holcomb. Do you remember the case? Roger Holcomb.
Roger Holcomb?
I remember it.
Of course you do. The fellow who was brought back from the dead, as the newspapers put it, about a year ago.
Oh, yes.
You know, he really was dead for 4 full minutes, as far as medical science was concerned. And then Bates brought him around. It was a 9-days wonder at the time.
What does he want to see you about?
I don't know. Something to do with his experience, obviously.
Oh.
He was in a terribly agitated state, poor fellow. He'd been walking up and down in front of the house for an hour, trying to get up courage to ring the bell. Finally, he phoned from the corner drugstore.
Oh, the poor man. Why in the world would he do that?
Anxiety neurosis. They hounded him in the most shocking way when he got out of the hospital. You know, preachers and spiritualists and movie agents and just plain fakers. People trying to find out if he remembered anything of the 4 minutes when he was supposed to be dead. And people just trying to exploit it.
Oh, that's notoriety. Some thrive on it, some don't. One man's meat is another man's poison.
Well, that must be Holcomb now. I'll take him into the office.
Dr. Graham?
Yes. You're Roger Holcomb?
Yes.
Come in.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Holcomb.
Is it?
Well, sit down.
Oh.
Why did you come to me, Mr. Holcomb?
Well, I was told that you specialized in strange cases. Things that other men can't explain.
Yes, that's true in a way.
You know what happened when I got out of the hospital? How they followed me and questioned me, hounded me day and night, trying to find out if I remembered anything, if I'd experienced anything beyond the grave.
Yes, I remember that.
And then you remember that my answer was always the same, that I remembered nothing, that I knew nothing. Well, I was wrong.
Oh? What did you experience during those 4 minutes?
I don't know. But it must have been something. Something I don't even dare to think about.
How do you know this?
Well, it happened the first time on a boat trip, which I'd taken to recover my health. I found myself chatting with a woman who was seated at my table in the dining salon. She found occasion, as such women often will, to mention her age. She said, "After all, I'm not yet 40. And then it happened.
What happened?
From somewhere came crashing into my mind the certain knowledge of the exact day and year of that woman's birth. And with it, a compulsion to speak out, a compulsion which I could no more have resisted than I could have resisted breathing. I said, "Madam, you were born in May, weren't you? May 30th? And then I added the date, the year 1900. She was well over 40. She'd lied to me. It's an innocent enough thing, but I had known the truth and been forced to speak it. And I have been ever since."
Well, and this condition has existed only since your...
Since my 4 minutes beyond the grave, yes. It's as though... Well, this will sound... It's as though in that brief time I had glimpsed eternity, that I'd seen revealed all truth of all the ages. Now, I know that sounds foolish, but...
This is most amazing. Tell me, you have a family and friends who are understanding.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Doctor, don't you understand what this has done to me? Yes, I had a family, friends, a girl I was going to marry. Today I'm an outcast, a pariah. I'm shunned, feared, is hated.
Mr. Holcomb, I believe that this condition is very real to you, causes you very real anguish, and I want to help you.
Do you think you can?
I'm confident that I can. Do you suppose you could arrange to stay with me here at my home for a matter of weeks or months, if necessary?
Oh, I'd do anything in the world to be a normal man again.
Well, you'll have your own quarters. You'll be quite comfortable, I assure you.
Well, I'm sure.
It's a lovely house, what I've seen of it. And...
Yes, I'm rather lucky. I'm interested in research primarily, not much money in that, you know, but a couple of years ago I came into quite a nice inheritance. The house went with it. What is it? What's the matter?
The inheritance was not yours, it was your wife's. The house is your wife's. You are penniless.
That's true. I don't know why I lied to you. Pride, I suppose.
I'm sorry. I told you I couldn't help it. I'll go now.
No, please. It was my fault. It's a small matter.
But you see now that...
I want to help you.
Do you believe me now?
I believe, Mr. Holcomb, either that you are far more ill than I realized, or that in the months to come, you and I must venture into a realm never before explored by mortal man.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Brian Dunleavy in Lazurus Walks, a radio play by Robert L. Richards from a story by J. Marion Speed. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. These crisp autumn days, there's real pleasure in coming home to a welcome glass of Roma Grand Estate wine. Yes, for evenings at home or small get-togethers with friends, it's smart to serve Grand Estate wines. You can serve Grand Estate wines proudly to anyone, anytime. For each Grand Estate wine, a limited bottling by Roma, is born of choicest grapes, then guided to superb taste richness by patient skill, America's finest winemaking resources, and necessary time. Win compliments from your guests with Grand Estate California wines. For entertaining, medium sherry, ruby port, or golden muscatel. For dining, Burgundy or Sauterne. Remember, Grand Estate wines presented by Roma, America's greatest vintner. And while there's time, take advantage of present low Roma prices. Buy a case of assorted Roma wines for the holidays. Do it now and save money.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Brian Dunleavy in Lazurus Walks, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It was utterly fantastic, and yet it was true. I checked the facts again and again. He could not possibly have known, and yet he knew. Can you imagine what this meant to a man of science? If I could fathom the depth of Roger Holcomb's mind, I could make a contribution to the body of scientific knowledge absolutely without parallel in modern times. There remained the problem of Isabel. I was aware of the danger, of course, but I believed I could control the situation. I determined to proceed. Actually, Holcomb's presence made itself felt almost immediately. The first incident came after he had been with us scarcely a week.
Isabel, please stop that playing and listen to me.
Aunt Jane, you know Robert has said I mustn't talk about it. It's bad for me.
I don't care what Robert says.
I've been sick, that's all.
He's made you sick.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe it's just that he's afraid of losing you. Maybe he's even afraid of losing your money. But I'm absolutely convinced that whether he's meant it or not, he's made you believe there's something the matter with you that isn't.
Aunt Jane, I simply forbid you to talk this way.
Isabel, do something before it's too late.
Do? What?
Get away, leave him, divorce him, anything.
Aunt Jane, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, I hope we're not interrupting.
Of course not, darling. Hello, Roger.
Hello, Isabel. Mrs. Parton.
Good afternoon.
How are you feeling, Roger?
Well, better, I think.
I think it would be better if we didn't discuss our states of mind, Isabel.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'm sorry. Well, would you like me to play something for you? You know, I think I'm beginning to get the feel of it again. I do.
You're sure we haven't interrupted some conversation?
Of course not. We were just discussing how helpful you've been in getting Isabel back to her work again.
Roger.
No, you are not. You were telling Isabel to divorce her husband.
Why?
Isabel.
I'm sorry.
Roger, come back here.
Isabel, is that true?
You brought him in here deliberately.
Is that true?
It doesn't matter. Suppose you've known how I felt for a long time.
Yes, I'm afraid I have.
Robert, it was all so silly. She didn't mean it. It was just
I
that she...
did mean it. I'm sorry, Isabel, but I've been under this roof too long as it is.
Oh, Aunt Jane, you're not leaving us.
It's the best, Isabel.
Yes, I think it is decidedly best that you go at once. It was this incident which gave me my first insight into the relationship which was destined to develop between Isabel, Roger, and myself. The first and most obvious result was that Isabel and I became further estranged as each day passed. It was difficult to speak of even the most casual things with this strangely terrifying specter of truth always at our elbow. The situation reached its inevitable climax the evening that Leopold Serinsky, the famous conductor of the Los Angeles Symphony, was to call on Elizabeth with a view to a resumption of her professional career under his auspices. I gave a great deal of thought to that evening. It had to be handled with the greatest of tact and care.
Robert, you will help me, won't you?
Of course I will, darling.
Robert, does he have to have dinner with us tonight?
Roger? Isabel, you know how I stand on that.
Oh, yes, I know, but just this once.
Even once, Isabel, to keep him in his room like a spoiled child when we have guests might undo everything I've accomplished in weeks.
Oh, I know, darling, of course you're right, but...
Oh, Roger, come in.
Robert.
Yes?
I was wondering if I mightn't be excused, just tonight.
You're having dinner with us, Roger.
Must I?
You know you must, Roger, and you know why.
Roger, don't you want to meet Mr. Serinsky? He's really a wonderful person.
Yes, indeed, I would very much, but...
You know, Roger, I made my debut with him in 1934. I did a concert with him every year until...
Isabel was very talented.
I was. I am. Roger, I'm going to play with him again, you know. He wants me to open the season in November. Can you imagine what it means to me?
I'm so glad, Isabel.
And Robert has finally given his consent, haven't you, dear? Robert? Robert.
I'm sorry. What was it you said, Isabel?
I said you'd given your consent to my playing with Serinsky.
Isabel, you know I don't want you to think that I'd ever stand in your way.
Yes, I know, dear. I'll do the Emperor Concerto, and you'll come to hear me. You do want to, don't you, Roger?
Well, Please, Isabel, don't ask me things that I
can't. What's the matter? What's the matter with both of you? You act as though you thought I wouldn't be able to appear. As though the whole idea were hopeless or something.
Isabel, please.
I am going to play. And I'll be better than I ever was. You know I will, don't you? Don't you?
Yes, of course, Isabel. You'll play wonderfully.
No, Robert, no, that's untrue. You're very certain that Isabel will be prevented from ever playing again by death.
Death?
Oh, Isabel, forgive me.
Death? No, it's not true. Tell me it isn't. Roger, who's going to die? Answer me. Roger, do you hear me? Answer me. Answer me!
When Serinsky arrived, I told him that it would be quite impossible for Isabel to leave her room. The concert was canceled, and indeed, to my knowledge, she has never touched the piano since that day. By now, to even the most casual observer, it must appear only natural that Isabel had every motive for a desperate, almost paranoid hatred of Roger Holcomb. This much was clear to me, the rest not yet. As a precautionary measure, I prescribed a drug for Isabel, which she at last consented to take. I gave her her own supply, and she administered it to herself as I had directed. But one thing, from any point of view, was certain. I had to keep Roger and Isabel apart. Perhaps what I feared was indeed inevitable. I honestly did not think so at the time.
Roger.
Yeah?
It's me, Isabel.
What do you want?
Let me in, please.
No.
Please. It's terribly important.
Robert said...
I know. But he said it would be all right this time.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes, please.
All right. Now, what do you want?
I want to talk to you, that's all.
What about that's so important?
Roger, why don't you ever leave your room anymore?
Can't you guess?
Do you think I hate you?
Oh, Isabel, I don't know what to think anymore.
You do, don't you?
I warned him. I told him it would happen. Now I'm going mad up here thinking of the anguish I've caused
But,
you.
Roger, I don't... You must believe me.
I know what it's been like for you having me here.
Roger.
Isabel.
Roger, you see, for the first time in my life, I think my husband is wrong about something.
Wrong?
Yes. Don't you see? He's been worried about both of us, and so this distrust has grown up between us.
Well, I don't distrust you, Isabel. You've been more wonderful
But
to me.
you're afraid of me. And that amounts to the same thing. And it's bad for both of us. It's hurting both of us.
I've often felt I wanted to talk to you, to beg your pardon.
Oh, Roger, you don't have to do that. We're both sick. But I think if we saw each other sometimes, if we talked the whole thing out, it would help us both.
Does Robert think so, too?
No.
Then he didn't tell you it was all right to see me.
No. I lied to you.
You what?
I lied to you.
You lied to me. And it didn't happen. Isabel, don't you see? I am getting well. It didn't happen.
I know, Roger. I don't think it does happen anymore, except with Robert.
With Robert? But what makes you think
I don't know. Something about the way he acts. The way he is.
But, Isabel, he is curing me then. Perhaps you shouldn't
No.
have come.
Don't you understand? We must see each other. We must talk.
Isabel.
Robert, something's happened that I must tell you.
Please, you're completely overwrought.
Oh, but Robert,
I must insist. Isabel, why did you do this?
I'm sorry.
You'll have to have a sedative right away. Isabel, get the bottle from your room.
Oh.
Mine?
Yes, hurry.
All right.
Robert, she lied to me.
Yes, I know. But, Roger, I must absolutely forbid you to talk now. You must trust me.
Well, all right, but later I want to have a long talk.
Of course we shall.
Here it is. And I brought my hypodermic, too.
I'm glad you did. The other one's mislaid somewhere. Will you give it to him, please?
I?
Yes, this has upset me rather badly. My hands are shaking.
Oh, Robert, I'm terribly sorry.
No matter now. Give him the hypodermic. In the upper arm. That's right.
Yes. There.
Thank you. Leave us now, please, Isabel.
Yes. All right.
How are you feeling now, Roger?
I'm fine, Robert. I think I'm better than I have been in months.
I know you're better. That's why I was so upset, you see?
Well, why, Robert?
I can't tell you all my reasons now, but you must trust me and believe in me.
Oh, I do.
It's only that I'm afraid for your health. Roger.
No. You're afraid of murder.
It was clear to me now. I knew I must take immediate action. I knew that the most terrible consequences might result if Isabel were alone with Roger Holcomb, even for a moment. For he knew. He said so. There was no other explanation. I thought it through most carefully, and yet no plans are perfect. No man is infallible. Isabel.
Robert, you frightened me.
What were you doing?
Why, nothing.
Don't lie to me, Isabel.
I'm not. I was...
You are coming from Roger's room.
No, I swear I wasn't.
Isabel, don't you understand that you're sick? That I've insisted on these things for your own good and his?
All right. I was going to talk to him, but I haven't.
Oh, Isabel, why do you try to tell me that?
But it's true, Robert, really true.
Is it? Roger. Roger.
What? What's the matter?
Look.
Robert. No, it couldn't be.
It is. He's dead.
Dead.
The hypodermic by his side. The drug. Your drug. Your hypodermic.
But it's only a sedative.
Except that in large quantities it's fatal. You know that.
Oh, Robert, no. No, listen to me.
Oh, Isabel, why? Why when I warned
Robert,
you?
look at me. Look at me. It's Isabel. It's your wife. You can't... No. Where are you going? Robert, come back here.
I'm going to call the police. Even though it did not come to me as a shock, even from my point of view as a scientist, it was terrible enough. Yet, it had to be done, and I had done it. I did not speak to her as we waited, and she made no further attempt to appeal to me. The police arrived. I told the story with as little emotion as possible.
Yeah, there are fingerprints all right on both the bottle and the hypodermic.
Those would be my wife's, of course. They both belonged to her.
Is that true, Mrs. Graham?
Yes.
Dr. Graham, do I understand you're formally charging your wife with the murder of Roger Holcomb?
You could hardly expect me to do that, could you, Inspector? I am simply telling you the facts.
Yeah? Well, you've carefully avoided saying anything definite as to your suspicions, Doctor. But I get the distinct impression she hated him.
My wife has been mentally ill for some time. There are many people who can testify to that. She will plead insanity, Inspector, of course.
Well, Dr. Graham, I can't tell you how sorry I am, but the things you've told me add up to only one thing, as you yourself obviously recognize.
Yes.
Your wife, Isabel Graham, murdered Roger Holcomb.
What did you say?
I said your wife, Isabel Graham, murdered Roger Holcomb.
No. I did.
What?
The truth is, I murdered him. No plans are perfect. No man is infallible. Yes, I killed Roger Holcomb. And I had planned to dispose of Isabel for many months. I had never loved her. I had loved only science. And I wanted her money. And Holcomb found it out. That was the risk I ran. That any chance lie in his presence, either by Isabel or myself, would bring out the truth. And it did. I had no alternative once he discovered that. But to kill him. It was easy enough to throw the blame on Isabel, but I had not counted on that terrible compunction for the truth. That strange affliction of Roger Holcomb's and its power over me. Did it transfer itself at his death to me, or was it conscience? It is a pity that it had to end this way. It was a fascinating case.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. And now this is Ken Niles bringing back to our suspense microphone the star of tonight's play, Brian Donlevy. Well, Brian, we can't give you an Oscar for your outstanding performance tonight, but Roma does want you to enjoy this basket of fine Grand Estate wines.
Grand Estate wines? Well, that kind of Oscar has taste appeal, Ken.
Right you are, Brian. Here in your basket is Grand Estate California Burgundy, and Grand Estate Burgundy at mealtime really makes a difference you can taste. Yes, Grand Estate Burgundy brings out all the taste goodness in juicy roast beef, adds to your enjoyment of a good steak, a brace of sizzling chops, or even simple hamburgers.
You're killing me. I'm starved. I never eat before a broadcast.
Well, then you'll especially enjoy Grand Estate Burgundy with supper tonight. For Grand Estate Burgundy, like all Grand Estate wines, is a limited bottling of rare distinction, a wine born of the choicest grapes, then with infinite patience, guided to mellow perfection by the unmatched skill and resources of Roma Master Vintners. Remember the name, Grand Estate Wine, presented by Roma, America's greatest vintner.
I'll remember, Ken. And speaking of great names, I understand that you have Jack Carson all set for Suspense next week, a comedy show, I suppose.
Oh, now, come, Brian. You know we specialize in the unexpected on Suspense. No, Mr. Carson will, I think, astonish a great many listeners who think of him as a gay, mad jokesmith. They'll hear him really give out with the drama when he appears on Suspense next Thursday. He'll play a man who wants his freedom badly enough to kill somebody for it.
Well, that I've got to hear. Well, thanks, Ken, and Bill, and Lud. It's been swell, as usual.
Well, thank you again, Brian. And we all think you're great in Paramount's 2 years before the mast.
Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Jack Carson as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Stay tuned for the thrilling adventures of the FBI in peace and war, following immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.